I'm sensing low energy in the room.
Oh, where's Tim?
Where's Tim? We'll start with that.
Okay.
Where's Cam?
Yeah.
Where's Charlie? Where's Jim? Where's Iggy? I mean, who else?
Yeah, everyone's gone.
Or a romper room, Doug. It would end with, would Miss Lois always had that magnifying glass and would look out at the crowd?
It was a mirror.
A mirror, I'm sorry.
He said, I see Timmy and Bobby and Mary.
Yeah.
And Sally. And if you heard your name, you thought they were talking to you.
Well, my family knew Miss Lois, so when we were in town, wherever we were in St. Louis, they would tell her, and she would say, I see Martin and Paula.
Oh, really?
Who the hell is Miss Lois?
Okay, I don't have time for your attitude, okay? The show was called a Romper Room, was it not, Doug?
It was.
Was it local?
It must have been if she was saying Martin every time that you were in town.
We had friends in New York.
I
where's
think it
Tim?
was.
Where's Iggy? Yeah, okay, fine. They're not here.
There were a lot of local folksy shows like that. Corky the Clown and Captain 11.
Captain 11. Was it Uncle Rich?
No, that was Harry Fender. Is a guy, is an old steamboat captain on
Harry
Channel 11.
Fender sounds like a text inbox name.
That's who it was.
We'll take your romper, your Miss Lois thoughts, and all your complaints. That's what the text line does. It's the Air Comfort Service text inbox at 399-9646. That's brought to you by Air Comfort. Phone lines are going to be busy today because we got a lot of guests calling in, but every once in a while we'll wedge in a call, 974-0101. It's the Calgary Thompson phone lines. And, of course, don't forget, Doug, don't forget the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where folks gather to talk about the show and just random stuff. Doug's here. Papers is here. Chairman Kurt Martin with you. Tim's back tomorrow. And we got a lot to get to, Doug. A lot to get to.
Well, I'm not going to be much good to you, so you take it and run with it.
You're no good because...
No, the Missouri performance on Friday night has got me feeling like I just won't be much good to anyone.
Ooh.
I actually went to sleep in the second half. I lost interest so badly. I said,
Can you imagine if you dropped 200 or 300 to be in the building? It was a packed house for Mizzou. I don't know in the history of the NCAA tournament, I'm sure there's some examples, where it was in your backyard. I felt bad for Miami. I thought this is not fair at all. And the building was dead. I texted papers. When Mizzou's playing, I try and leave them alone. But I was sitting in the press box up high, and I said, this place is just dead. And Mark Mitchell made a couple of free throws with a few minutes to go in the half. And people kind of got up and looked at each other like, let's go. And they just started cheering wildly because he'd made a couple of free throws because he had not scored until that point. They were trying to just will the ball club back. Tell them good luck. And there were times in the second half, it was really loud. They took the lead. Mitchell hits a three. And then they just faded down the stretch. Doug, they're now 1-8 in their last 9 NCAA tournament games, 1-7 in first-round games. So it's not been pretty in March.
No, and it's just kind of frustrating to see the way they play. You think, what do you practice? Do you have an offense? Do you plan anything? What's going on? They're just horrendous. It looked like street ball.
Not good.
The total opposite of what St. Louis U looked like the night before.
Right, from Thursday night watching SLU, which is described as surgical. Mizzou with I don't know if it's, and we talked to Gabe on Friday. We'll talk to Gabe at 9 o'clock today. Gabe DeArmond, Power Mizzou. Because I think our belief and his belief was that the game was a little bit of a barometer. Where is the program? What are they all about? Because it's not Gates' fault that Konzo didn't win in the tournament. Haith didn't win in the tournament. It's not his fault. No. But at some point, you're spending a lot of money and you believe in a coach, and you say, all right, let's have something to show for it. And it wasn't a buzzer beater. It wasn't a last second. It wasn't a crazy call that ended it. They just got beat by Miami. Jackson Burkett, have you recovered? It's been more than 48 hours since your beloved Tigers exited the tournament. Are you okay?
I mean, it's really, really disheartening the way they finished out the season, given, it's really unfortunate because right before this 4-game losing streak, they looked like they had found some. Like, okay, this team can really do something. They look very competent. They got a couple of guys who could give you 20 points any certain night. And then, down the stretch, they completely just sold on themselves. And it wasn't like, the 3 games prior to the Miami game were like, well, maybe not the Oklahoma game, but they're tight games, opportunities to win at certain points, obviously points at which the team looked totally dead, but then came back from the dead. Kind of saw that against Miami with the way they finished out the first half. And then the second half, they took a lead with less than 8 minutes to go. And you're like, okay, here we go. Play hard the rest of the way, and you're at least going to be there with a chance. And instead, they give up an 11-0 or 10-0 run to Miami and then never came back from that. And it was really, really, really disappointing. I spend a lot of my time watching Missouri basketball and conning myself into believing that, there's a pot of gold at the end of that rainbow. And so far in my 28 years on this planet, that has not come to fruition.
That pot is empty.
That pot is empty. But, I don't know. I wish I had more hope going into that game. I just wanted to win because I had tickets for Sunday, and I really wanted to see Missouri play. If they would have lost to Purdue on Sunday when I was there, I'd been like, okay, that's fine. Fun season, fun enough. Got to see a little, really good tournament action up close. And instead, they did not take advantage of the gift that was given to them of the draw of playing in St. Louis against Miami.
The committee must have thought, well, it won't be fair to put Missouri and St. Louis. Nah, wait a minute, it won't matter. Because it didn't matter at all.
They'll lose anyway, and we'll sell some extra tickets.
Yeah.
Miami's not going to travel. Don't worry about it. We'll make them play Mizzou, who will pack the house, and Miami will still be able to advance.
I saw a chart with ticket prices from around the country, and the tickets here for those first few games were like 3 and 4 times as expensive as anywhere else because of the Mizzou factor, I'm sure.
Yeah. Well, you got Kentucky, which draws well. I think Purdue was stronger than Kentucky. And then Iowa State had a nice crowd, 51,000 over the 3 sessions.
I was there on Sunday. I was there yesterday.
You did go?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. Would have said hello.
Yeah.
How was it? Good atmosphere?
Yeah. Yeah.
Really good. I mean, the place was packed.
Packed. Purdue people are, I would say,
They travel, man.
I would say those were the biggest contingent of
all weekend, for sure.
Of traveling fans. Kentucky fans early in that game yesterday had a lot to cheer about, and then Iowa State just smoked them in the second half.
After winning the Big Ten Conference tournament, Purdue people think they got a chance this year.
Sure.
They could possibly win the thing.
I mean, they got veterans on their team, like guys who have been at Purdue for
3 seniors that are 4-year players for Purdue. It's just unheard of.
It's a rarity. So they have, not to mention that just makes it easier for fans to cheer for when you have seen players develop and grow over 4 years as opposed to learning about them in the offseason and then getting to know them during the season. They've really gotten a chance to know them. So Purdue fans are loud and proud. Kentucky fans were quieted quickly in that second half. Iowa State fans were loud. It was a great, it was cool. I mean, it's the NCAA tournament, 15 minutes from where you live. It's pretty sweet.
Yeah. Kentucky, one of a handful of blue bloods who bowed out yesterday. Kentucky, Kansas, UCLA, Florida.
Boy, did you watch that Kansas St. John's game?
What happened?
That was awesome.
What happened?
That was awesome.
Where's the defense? You can't
afraid to foul, I guess.
Yeah, you can't foul.
One guy on Kentucky, number 22, a big guy right in the middle, he just ran away. The
Kansas? On Kansas or Kentucky?
Yeah.
You say Kentucky, but you mean the St. John's.
Kansas game.
The winning
Darren
bucket.
Peterson. Yeah, Darren Peterson.
He just stepped out of the way so the guy could drive right through.
Yeah, great finish by the St. John's guy.
I guess they're told don't foul.
Yeah, you don't want to lose at the free throw line. Dylan Darling, what a finish. What a name.
They just let him drive right in for the layup.
Yeah.
Well, Doug, you like Cinderellas this time of year? How about Texas, the 11th seed? They have found a way to make it to the Sweet 16. Isn't it great to have a Cinderella still alive? The Texas Longhorns.
See, that's what I've seen. I've seen a lot of discourse about this, and I think it's real easy to get engagement on Twitter with it. Yes, you don't have the Cinderellas of old, where it's a team, even a few years ago where you had St. Peter's going to the Sweet 16. And
not that long ago.
Yeah, right, the Elite Eight. But if you watch the games, they've been outstanding basketball games, by and large. There's a couple of 20-point blowouts that happen.
I thought High Point had a chance to be the Cinderella. They played Arkansas tough.
That was a great game.
Until Darius Acuff just decided, that's enough.
Yeah.
That's enough. I'm going to do what I want to do now.
Yeah, when you're a lottery pick, that's a real X factor.
And how about Rob Martin, CBC alum, who put on a show for High Point, scores 30, and people are looking at his resume. He went from CBC to Indiana State to play for Coach Schertz.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Before leaving there.
Some nice panning to his family who are wearing Cardinal caps, proud.
And you had Cameron Fletcher on that team, former Vaughn star player. Here's what's interesting to note, Doug. You liked his game at High Point. You thought, you know what? Maybe he'd be good for the Billikens next year, maybe Mizzou. And then you say, well, he started at Kentucky in 2020. Mm-hmm. Played at Florida State. He was there for 3 years. Then he was at Xavier. Now he's at High Point. He's got a year left.
Of course.
He's had 6 different college seasons to some degree. Cameron Fletcher played at Kentucky. I think got sideways with Coach Cal. Remember that he got benched, and there was a little bit of back and forth between Fletcher and Coach Cal, which made it interesting that he plays. Fletcher ends up playing against Cal in Arkansas, but he's got eligibility left next year.
I guess he got a red shirt in 23-24. He only played 7 games.
Maybe
he got
COVID at the
hurt.
start. So that takes away 2. I still got it at 4. I don't know. But I confirmed yesterday he has a year left of eligibility. So if you liked what you saw from Cameron Fletcher in that tournament, Doug, he could be playing for your Billikens next year. And the Billikens did bow out with Michigan. But you know what? Played pretty well. You don't want to be patting them on the back just because you don't want to be that little program. Oh, good for you. I think they had higher aspirations. To me, the stumbling down the stretch cost them maybe a 6 or a 7. You want to avoid that 8-9 so desperately so you don't face a Michigan in round 2. It was almost never going to happen against Michigan, even though they played really well at times.
No, they hung with them for a while.
Absolutely.
No, but that's they could have beat. That's what I was talking to my dad about this. It was like the Rhode Island loss especially, and there's probably some other losses in there that would have contributed to this. But if they were able to get on the 7 line, they're a 7 seed. They could have beat, outside of maybe Houston, any of the 2 seeds in this tournament. With the way they played on Saturday, they could have played with or beat any of the 2 seeds, any of the 3 seeds. They just weren't going to beat Michigan, Arizona, or Duke. It's just this is different. It's a little different. Michigan especially. Michigan couldn't miss. Like, SLU was playing great basketball, and Michigan could not miss, and they're just too big. And
Michigan shot 48% from 3.
Yeah, you're not going to lose many games shooting almost 50% from deep.
And the Billikens, even early second half, they were still in it and had some good looks from 3 and just couldn't hit the shots.
Down 6 at one point?
It might have changed the momentum of the game. They just couldn't get those 3-pointers to land.
My mom texted, Michigan's got a guy 7-3. That's not fair.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, it's allowed. It is allowed.
Florida's got one 7-9.
Yeah, he barely plays. Oliver Rue.
Here we go. SLU bashing by Papers. I didn't hear any SLU bashing. I didn't hear any.
They could have beat any 2 seed in the country with the exception of maybe Houston.
Doug's Dungeon Dweller. Explain yourself.
What?
Who, I'm supposed to explain myself?
No, the man's name.
I thought that was someone. I thought someone was texting in. Doug's.
No,
I'm
saying that's the person that said SLU's. You're bashing SLU.
Nonsense.
And I'm here to say, huh?
They played great. It took a lot. It took a lot because if you think about the chronology here, Mizzou finishes the last game of the tournament on Friday night, and they lose, and I am in a terrible place.
Oh, where were you? Where was your head?
No, not physically, not a terrible place. I was actually over at Ray's where the Fastline was broadcasting. I watched the game there. Mentally in a terrible place. It took a lot for me to turn on that television and watch SLU Michigan the next day, especially because it was a beautiful day outside. I really just wanted to walk around and not watch the game and not watch any basketball.
Your head down and slowly walk the sidewalks.
Yeah, until my feet couldn't move anymore. Mm-hmm. But I turned it on, and I was really, really, really impressed by the way SLU played against Michigan, who is, I mean, it seemed like their destiny is Final Four or greater.
Well, there's no greater. I guess if you win the whole thing, Final Two would be greater.
Right.
Okay.
Final one. We're down to the final one.
Yeah, it's the Vaughn Index.
Well, the Blue Bloods are still going. Duke, Arizona, still going, Doug. And the Illini take care of business. Illinois will face Houston.
Illinois, telling you, they're looking like they're clicking. Florida's out in their side.
Iowa dispatched Florida.
Yeah. Yep.
Did you see the Nebraska game?
Oh, so good.
Apparently, that was like a home game for them in Oklahoma City.
I hadn't heard a crowd that loud at an NCAA tournament game for one team. In fairness, the game audio was touch and go a little bit for the Missouri game, so I couldn't hear some of it. Like I've heard my friends were there and said when Mark Mitchell was hitting threes in the corner during the game, it was going pretty crazy.
The second half, they really got into it.
Yeah, but
they tried to will that team.
Sure.
They may have offered to coach at some point.
But hearing the audio during the Nebraska game, it was loud as hell for the Cornhuskers.
How about that bracket? You have, of that 4, 3 are from the Big Ten.
Yeah.
Iowa, Nebraska, Illinois, and Houston.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good tournament for the Big Ten.
Mm-hmm.
That Nebraska game, the guy from Vanderbilt
Tyler
fired
Tanner
one from beyond half court. It was in and out.
Oh, He fired the shot against Missouri.
Did you see that? People online were saying this actually happened earlier when Mark Mitchell threw the ball inexplicably
right to him.
Threw it right to Vanderbilt. That game was at Mizzou Arena. I had forgotten that. The Vandy kid catches it, chucks it, and it almost went in.
Oh, yeah. Might have been closer than this one. Mm-hmm. This one was crazy.
It rattled the rim and came out.
Yeah, obvious comparisons to Gordon Hayward and the Butler shot against Duke, but that was crazy, especially given that Nebraska just hit a layup to, go-ahead layup seconds prior.
Guys, if you could keep all the Mizzou recruits for next year, would you hire Josh Schertz right now? That's from Quitten's Tall Girl.
At Mizzou?
At Mizzou. I think Coach Gates is getting another year. They've been in the tournament 3 out of 4, but the frustration with Coach Gates. And next year, your talent's young. Most teams are winning through the portal outside of these superstar players that are freshmen. That's a lot to ask for your best players to be really young. But I think Mizzou fans they're hanging on to that. Hey, we got a great recruiting class. If anything, we'll talk to Gabe about it. We may have been wrong about the roster. Just wasn't very good overall.
Yeah, well, you could say that.
I think looking back, which now we have the opportunity to do, wasn't a very good roster.
Yeah, maybe outperformed their talent in the regular season, outperformed with said talent. I mean, to get to the tournament, you have to put together a pretty good resume.
Tim's travel agent says Mizzou's an embarrassment. I think a lot of Tiger fans would agree.
That's a strong word, embarrassment. They got there.
They
made it.
I don't know. Friday was pretty rough.
The game itself was off-putting.
Right.
I did see a good line somewhere online where somebody said, we need a crappy bowl game to go to feel better about ourselves. You go to a crappy bowl game, and that's how you end the season.
Games like this keep Drinkwitz from getting another raise.
Yeah. Yeah, he was really they could have really put together a nice second half. Drinkwitz could have put another wing on his house.
Sure.
Big Blonde Dan, the Kentucky Santa Clara finish was insane. That was the best 10 seconds of basketball I think I've seen in a long time.
It's such BS that they didn't award that coach the timeout. I mean, he's running up and down. The officials have to know that he's going to want a timeout or at least look to the sideline. He's running up and down, begging
and I guess
for
they
one.
never looked at him. And I don't know if that's in quote their defense, but I've seen a debate where I guess that rule has changed where the coach can call a timeout as opposed to only players.
Right.
And the argument is you want the refs watching the game, not the sideline.
Right.
But I wonder, is he screaming and maybe they don't hear him?
Well, when Schertz and the Billikens lost to Dayton in the conference tournament, he talked about it in the postgame how he's like, I talked to the official and he said to me, like, hey, if you need a timeout, I got you. Like,
and that was on the inbounds play, perhaps?
Right. And he's like, I got you. And he didn't award him a timeout in that game. And it's like the same way, like, I think coaches and officials have a dialogue going the entire game. It's like, hey, if something happens towards the end of the game, I'm probably going to want a timeout. Can you look over to the sideline? If not, then what's the point of having timeouts? If you're banging on your hand trying to get a timeout and they don't give it to you. But
you'd think maybe they could review that because you would have a camera of the coach.
No doubt.
Boy, they review a lot already.
Me and my dad were talking about this last night because during the Tennessee-Virginia game, it's like you should use all your timeouts before the 2-minute mark of the end of the game because they're going to review for the clock and you get a free timeout doing that. Like always use all your timeouts. Don't leave any in there because they're always going to review some where you get a free timeout.
You don't want a timeout though if your team is rolling. If they're clicking
for sure. But like when in doubt, take the timeout.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that. When in doubt, take the timeout. Glove doesn't fit. The Jeffco Degenerate says Mizzou football is more of a disappointment than basketball. Basketball isn't really expected to do anything. Football team always has high expectations. It is interesting, like the level of expectation going in. I agree with that. Mizzou basketball, people walking in on Friday. I was outside doing journalism, Doug, and a lot of people yelling, "Where's papers?" A lot of Jackson support from the Mizzou fans. I think they appreciate your loyalty to the black and gold. And I would say to them, what do you expect? What are you thinking? And almost every Mizzou was like, I don't know. Yeah. Nobody expected much.
It wasn't necessarily like this team found a lot of ways to win, also found several ways to lose throughout the season, but it never was like a truly inspiring or fun brand of basketball the entire season. It was kind of grinded out.
You never fell in love with that team, did you?
Yeah.
Your favorite teams, you kind of really get to know them and get to. Right. Instead, they're like, oh, Cruz is on the floor again.
It was a lot of.
What's Burns doing out there?
It was a lot of wins by decisions, not too many wins by knockout or TKO.
Didn't seem to have a lot of personality. There wasn't that one flashy player that kind of.
Mark Mitchell being your star, who's not like your conventional 2026 star, where it's a lot of free throws and finishes at the basket that look kind of awkward.
When you're around these players in the locker room, you realize like how young they are. They're just kids, and you scream at them on TV, and then they're just kids. On Friday night, late night, long closed Mizzou locker room, understandably, season ends, so you're waiting to go in there. It's about midnight, and a lot of emotions. You could tell guys who were crying, end of the season for a lot of them, end of their college career. And I'm thinking, they're just kids. They're just kids. And then we interviewed Jacob Cruz. He said, man, I just want to thank Mizzou, what they've done for my wife and my kid. And I was like, it just sounded so grown up.
Yeah, Jacob Cruz.
When you said my wife, my
daughter,
kid, and what this program has done for me.
My grandchildren.
Well, at some point, the money might start helping grandkids.
Yeah.
Between Cruz and T.O. Barrett, there was 35 minutes of playing time and 0 points.
Yeah.
0 for 13 from the field.
Hard to do.
Barrett scoring nothing and just kind of being just nothing offensively is what really held this team back in the last 4 games.
I actually was up late Friday, so I listened to some of Gabe's post game, and he said, all right, fine, let's just get to the phone calls. The amount of swear words, he finally said, he goes, okay, I think we're going to get in trouble. There were F-bombs, S-bombs. He goes, I don't know if we can play all of these.
Here's something that I noticed, and I know it's nothing, but it's just something that I noticed, so I bring it up. I went to the Mizzou practice on Thursday, where they're just kind of showing themselves off. A couple hundred fans there cheering. And during that practice, they did next to nothing. They launched 3-point shots. They laughed. They giggled. They hit some dunks and everything. And at the time, I thought, now, I know you're not going to give away your offense here in an open practice, but could you not be shooting free throws? Could you not be taking 53-point shots right now to get used to the background, the basket? I mean, they did next to nothing.
Yeah.
Is that... Am I over?
Yeah, I do. I think on that, I think because I was down there that day, I think they all largely do the same thing.
Feels like more of a media day.
It is. And then, like, for example, Purdue had their kind of walk through their practice time open to the public. And then I heard that night they were at SLU High holding practice.
Like a real practice.
Yeah. And I don't know. I'm assuming Mizzou, I assume they all kind of did that when they went and had a real practice.
I would just at least want them to shoot a bunch of free throws or something.
Yeah.
Did you tell them good luck?
I did.
Strangely, free throw shooting was not the issue on Friday. It was the way they allowed offensive rebounds to Miami in the first half. And I get it. You shoot long threes, which Miami was doing, which they're not really, that's not their game. It could go anywhere. But something like that in the tournament, when you're getting out-rebounded like that, it might not be the case, but it looks to be for the viewers, like their effort's better. When teams are offensive rebounding to the differential that Miami was to Missouri, it looks like Miami wants it more. And that to me is unacceptable. Getting out-schemed or outplayed, offensively is one thing, but getting out-efforted when you're playing in your backyard is what's really kind of frustrating.
Rebounds were 46-30.
Yeah. That they're like there's certainly isolated situations where that, wouldn't be the case of being out-efforted, but when there's a discrepancy that big, that's how it feels like.
Sometimes it's random, just where the ball bounces, but a lot of times it isn't.
Yeah. Exactly right.
Guys, I disagree that they don't have talent. They lacked a direction, and that's on the coach. They had talent. That's from the Gray Summit Gray Goose Guzzler. I'm saying the talent might have been a little overhyped. Or we look at it now and what you had, and I'd say, I don't know, how good was Trent Pierce? How good was T.O. Barrett? How good? I mean, I think there were flashes from a lot of these guys, but nothing consistent. And I think in the portal, like Sean Phillips, okay. Like, I think when you saw some of these guys coming in, you got really excited.
Yeah.
But having watched the whole season, you're like, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, they got a guy from UCLA last year, Sebastian Mack, and he played maybe 10 minutes in the final 15 games of the season.
Mizzou practice at Webster U. That's from Doug. You should have been invited to their practice at Webster. That's from Jerry Aldini, program director, Camp Mohawk. And I don't know if that's one of those, like the detailing company that texts in and it's the actual business account.
Yeah,
maybe it really is Jerry Aldini.
I'm sure they had him spread out all over town. Would have been fun to see him practice some of those gyms.
Sure.
Jackson, who was Haith's X's and O's guy in 11 and 12? Gates needs one.
I don't know.
Always have like a Tex winner next to you.
That's the idea.
One of those guys who's been around 100 years.
C.Y. Young, who was around Gates the first 3 years of his 10 years, now the head assistant at Miami.
But
so
how do you ever get a job like that without being a good X's and O's guy? I mean, you got to start somewhere, and I assume you're starting because you know something about the game.
Sure. He played at Cal and then was under Leonard Hamilton at Florida State for several years, along with C.Y. Young. Got the gig at Cleveland State. It's both recruiting and X's and O's, and some guys are better recruiters, some guys are better X's and O's. You want the perfect union of those two, obviously, or at least have the staff to support one way or another.
Well, if all these recruits that he got come through next year, we'll find out what kind of a coach he is. If you can have the number one recruiting class and still have a mediocre season, that's probably telling you the coach doesn't have the X's
Right,
and
that's
O's
the thing, is like you can argue or say fire Gates till you're blue in the face. Ultimately, from what I think, he's going to be the head coach of Missouri basketball next year. They're not going to pay the buyout on him, given the circumstances and everything. And then if they, like Doug said, if they're mediocre or just don't look like they have the right direction, then you may have probably
it's a make or break year for him.
Conversations,
for sure.
right?
I think he knows that.
Yeah,
and taking the tournament and bowing out immediately and not playing very well is not good enough.
Right.
It's also easy to overreact in the tournament. I mean, over a long season, they were good enough to get in.
Yeah.
Now, at some programs, that's not enough. At Missouri, it might be.
Right. 3 out of 4 years.
Yeah. And like in North Carolina, they lose, and now they're calling for Hubert Davis's scalp.
Right. Right.
And the way they lost, too. They blew a 19-point lead.
Yeah, that too. And the thing with Gates is 3 out of 4 tournaments, and that's about as good as you can ask for the first 4 years of a Missouri coach's tenure. But then you look at, you only won 1 tournament game. Yeah. You got beat by Princeton when you had an opportunity to go to the Sweet 16, second round for the first time in God knows how long. You squander that. Then you get the Drake game. That looks like an opportunity, squander that. And then you get the Miami game in your backyard, you squander that. And then, in between all of that, you had a season where you went 0 for 18 in the SEC.
Yeah.
So, all of those things combined, when you really dig deep into the numbers, it's like, oh, man, maybe it isn't as good as it may look.
At some point in our lifetime, we'd like to see a team actually make a run.
It would be great.
To not just be a participant, but actually have a shot to go somewhere.
Or to get to a Final Four. 2002, 2009, got to the Elite Eight. That's Quinn Snyder. That's Mike Anderson. It's been a lot of swings and misses since Jackie Papers Pelosi. When will he admit SLU is and has been better than Mizzou? I don't think you can
This
say
season?
has been, but they
Talking
definitely
about
had a better
this
year.
season, I can say with confidence that SLU had a better season, pound for pound, than Missouri did this season.
I think I like this text name that I don't know that I've ever seen this. Screw you, Margaret. That's the name of the text inbox.
Oh.
That's not what they're saying.
Yeah.
That is their name. Screw you, Margaret. I like Gates, but crumbling down the stretch the last few years, not a great look. I think that's more than fair.
Yeah. Yeah, Martin said it. Next year's the make or break season.
Remember when Mizzou didn't hire Painter, LOL, from Pele Blanco. I don't know that he was ever for sure wanting to go there. It may have been a leverage thing. Don't know.
Takes two to tango.
Right,
That's
not
the
sure.
story that came out. It was reported that he was on his way here.
I saw that head of hair in front of me yesterday.
Coach Painter?
Yeah.
You had good seats?
Real good.
Wow.
How did you get these seats?
That's what was
people.
really disappointing was if Missouri...
You would have been right there.
I would have been...
You'd have been coaching.
How did you get these seats?
I got a nice... I was blessed. I was blessed to get some tickets.
That's not a good enough explanation.
I was blessed to get some
Who
tickets.
coughed up the ducats?
I can't...
Maybe he doesn't want to reveal. Maybe his source doesn't want him to out the source.
I don't necessarily want to divulge, but it was a very kind gesture. And
that's all you need to know, Doug. It was a kind gesture.
Very appreciative.
Doug wants to know, why didn't I get that opportunity? Who is this person?
It was very cool. Very cool.
That was the parking. You had to pay to park.
Pay the park.
No
yeah.
free parking.
No free park. I was fine doing that. I would have paid a lot to park.
What'd you pay?
To park?
Yes.
35.
Oh,
that hurts your heart.
Did Jackson cry himself to sleep with the Frank Haith body pillow after the loss?
No tears.
Were you at home? You watched it at home Friday?
No. I thought it was at Ray's.
Oh, for that game. Okay.
Yeah. No, I was certainly sad, really sad, but got over it.
did it seem like the fans that came here from out of town were enjoying themselves? Was it lively outside the
outside the
Enterprise
arena?
Center?
The problem when you leave there,
Anything
when
going
we
on?
talked about it, there's nothing right there. I was even thinking, because they had 14th Street closed
Yeah.
in between Clark and Market, but there really wasn't anything out there. I almost wondered if you could set up some vending. I guess
Yeah.
you want everybody to spend the money inside.
Yeah.
But there, you walk out of there like, all right, well,
Nothing. Is there a
okay,
bar?
now what?
No, well, Maggie O'Brien's, but if you're not
the-
from here, you wouldn't know it's there.
Right.
Union Station's that way.
Yeah. They had the
Ballpark
inflatable.
Village is that way. There's just nothing there.
There's an inflatable March Madness sign
I did
outside.
see that.
You could take pictures with Doug.
Well, there needs to be a band out there. There needs to be some activity.
I was trying to do my 52 live shots over Thursday, Friday, just trying to mind my own business. People would yell things about the show. One guy goes, Martin. And it's always dangerous because then you turn, hey, you suck. And I turn, the guy goes, Doug's better looking. I said, fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
That was me who said that, by the way.
You know what was one of my favorite things about sitting where I sat was I got to see John Rothstein working up close, like right up.
He's got a frenetic pace, doesn't he?
He's always moving around. As soon as the half would end, he'd sprint down the floor, grab a player, hustle his camera guy on there. They'd do a 30-second shot, and then he would take an exhale. And then rinse, repeat. He was
At
grinding.
halftime, it was halftime of the Iowa State
Kentucky game.
They hit the big three in the corner, Iowa State.
Yeah,
big
take the
comeback
lead.
for Iowa
Somehow
State.
take the lead in that first half.
And that's without the star. Joshua Jefferson, by the way, we had to get sound for our Des Moines affiliates. We go in there, they open the locker room, and there's just cameras everywhere. In spite of media being dead, there's just people everywhere covering these teams. And I look, and I said to Lensman Jake, I said, I don't even know, because they take the stars to the podium. So then they open the room, like, I don't know who anybody is. And I look, oh, that's Jefferson. The injured kid's just sitting there. But we can't get to him because there's so many cameras. Then we get up. I said, I'm sorry. I'm sure you've been asked. He goes, you're good, man. You're good. Totally polite. And I'm like, I'm going to root for that young fella.
Yeah.
Seemed
Sure.
like
Iowa State's got a lot to root for. TJ Otzelberger's a good coach.
The whole state
He
of
wears
Iowa.
a tight shirt, doesn't he?
Tight shirt. He's ripped, though.
He looks kind of like Bob Odenkirk, maybe a younger brother or something.
He looks like I wouldn't want to mess with him.
Correct.
The state of Iowa had a huge day between
Yes.
Yeah.
Iowa's win over the defending champion Florida Gators and Iowa State beats Kentucky.
Yep. Big
Got to
day.
be the best day in Iowa basketball history.
I think Iowa State women's did bow out of the tournament yesterday, though.
Okay. Well, okay.
Well, they had a lot of hopes.
I know,
Audie
I know,
Crooks.
but
You know about Audie Crooks.
I know.
Big gal.
But to Doug's point, it was a big day.
Still
Sure.
a pretty good day.
Guys, with the North Carolina basketball job possibly opening up, now I'm reading this, I'm thinking, oh, shirts. Will Coach Drink get another extension?
Did you see the report where Syracuse was trying to get shirts as late as Saturday night?
Yeah.
Even after he signed his extension. Syracuse was called.
Yeah. I
According
think
to CBS Sports.
I think everything is on the table. Like somebody signing or agreeing to a deal.
Yeah,
don't breathe easy.
that's essentially like buying them for next year, like making sure you get them for next year.
Yeah,
And
every
after that-
extension means we get another year.
Yeah, you're buying another year.
I
which
think
is crazy.
if you're a big time program, one of the blue blood types or close to it, Shirts might need another year or two to prove himself for you to be comfortable with the hire.
Yeah.
I mean, it's clear that he's got something going here. But if you tried to sell that to the fan base at North Carolina, they'd say, wait a minute,
Yeah.
who?
Yeah. I would say like they're.
I think Syracuse, yes, because that program has dropped off
right.
considerably.
They need a shake up.
But North Carolina, I agree. It's got to be a name.
That's a premier job.
And by the way, he's still not fired.
Yeah, right. He's
still employed.
yeah, proudly employ Hubert Davis.
Team A is brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim's return will be on Tuesday. Start texting in your welcome back to Tim if you'd like. He is back tomorrow. He didn't quit the show. A couple of people pointed out, why are you talking Hoop Rock? It's opening day, Doug, in 3 days. Okay. Doug is so excited he's going to leave town.
Yeah, I'm out.
We're going to be at Ballpark Village on Thursday, live before the Cardinals begin the season, taking on the Tampa Bay Rays. Nothing gets you going on opening day like when Tampa Bay comes to town, Doug. You can throw the records out.
The battle these two teams have had over the years.
Yeah, a lot of bad blood.
Legendary.
Yeah.
It's the Chaim Bloom Bowl, his original employer. Get involved. Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, Air Comfort Service text line, 399-9646. Phone lines are going to be a little jammed today because the Polos Plus dossier looks like this, Doug. Chris Kerber, 8:15. Blues got to win in Vancouver on Saturday. Still alive. What did Chairman, what'd you have for percentages to make the playoffs? You were dusting off the numbers pre-show.
2.9.
2.9.
Wow, that's a lot better than it was last week.
It's an
about
increase.
that?
It's an increase.
2.8. Brad Thompson of your Cardinals at 8:40. Gabe DeArmond, Power Mizzou, 9 o'clock. Ryan Luechtefeld breaking down the Billikens season, which ended with that loss to Michigan on Saturday. Bills finished with a program record, 29 wins. I think Coach Schertz will be stopping by the show next week.
Oh, sweet.
We got a lot going on this week, show-wise. But next week, maybe the old ball coach. They all go to the Final Four, every coach.
Right.
But before that,
Especially
hopefully,
supporting his boy Dusty May, I imagine.
Wouldn't that be a fun time to go to the Final Four with all the other coaches?
just kind of mill about.
Not have to worry about your team.
Yeah, all the money you've made.
Right, everybody's patting you on the back. Hey, great season. But you're not in the Final Four. Hey, great season. I think even, God, I could be wrong, but I think even like a D2 coach, I think they all go.
Yeah.
It's just a
looking
big-
for jobs. And
Trade secrets.
Networking
You think Drinkwitz goes to the Final Four?
to get an extension.
A lot of audio. Boy, I was peppering papers. I couldn't stop. And then I just said, here's another good one. So many different college coaches at the mic. So many topics. Kentucky's coach got asked about the $20 million payroll. Bill Self is saying, he loosely saying he'll consider retiring. That's huge news for the Jayhawks fans. A lot of Billiken and Mizzou thoughts after their exit from the tournament. A lot to get to right here on TMA on 101 ESPN. What's so sad, Doug? The Big Ten's got 6 teams, 6 out of 16.
Yeah.
They still haven't won. Is that right? They still going back to 2000? Is that right? Am I missing something in recent memory? They have not won a national championship, Big Ten, since 2000. Sparty.
Yeah.
Tom Izzo. How about the age of some of these coaches? Patino in the Sweet 16. He's 73. Rick Barnes, 71.
Yep.
Izzo, 70, 71, something in that range.
It's probably really good for your health at that age to keep going like that. The daily grind of it all. That's probably what keeps them young.
Get paid about $4 or $5 million. Private planes. Big Ten 6 of the 16. SEC with 4. Big 12 3. Big East 2, and the ACC with 1.
How old's Underwood?
I'd say 61-ish, somewhere in that range.
Bill Self is 63. He looks 53. I was just looking at his record. He was talking about
He's got some heart issues, though.
Yeah. Unbelievable coaching record. His total is 841 and 273. And that's after, when he first started, he had some bad years at Oral Roberts. And ever since then, it's been nothing but success.
Should we hold him accountable for those Oral Roberts teams?
I guess you have to. He's won 17 Big 12 regular season titles, 3 Final Four teams, 2 national champions. I mean, he's really had a heck of a career.
Will you guys break down the local team that actually won, or nah? That's in the bastard James Hahn. Talking about ILL, I can only assume. Good for ILL, taking care of VCU on Saturday night.
Yeah. I guess with him, we just kind of expect it. We kind of take it for granted so far.
What was the over-under we set for local teams? SLU, Mizzou, Illinois. The over-under was set at 2.5. Predictionary papers, survey says. I think we all said yes on the 3 or 2.5.
I think I said,
Doug said under.
under. Yeah.
Doug said under. So.
Illinois got you the 2. SLU got you the 1. Mizzou got you the big, fat.
I was afraid SLU would come out and play the way they had the last month or so, and boy, was I wrong.
Yeah.
That Georgia game, and I saw someone talking about putting it on YouTube, and Earl said, I'll be rewatching it tonight. This is like Saturday night, reliving that. That's the thing. You showed up. You want your team in the tournament, and then when they get out there and the whole country, in theory, is watching, you want them to play well. And, boy, Thursday night, they just played so well. Saturday was a big ask. They played well for a while. Missed some easy shots, and that we could have cut it to 4 a couple times.
Yeah.
And then it just got away from them.
Yeah, I think in a 40-minute game against a team like Michigan, playing how Michigan is right now, I mean, there's maybe 2 teams in the country that can beat Michigan right now, and it's Duke or Arizona.
What about the Doggies? That's from the Jerkwood, from Kirkwood, screaming. The city, they won. They won on Saturday night.
Mazel tov.
And a lot of folks pointing out that Maggie O's was packed. Neil Allen, Craig Paquette said that they were at Ballpark Village Friday, and it was packed. So good for downtown with the Purdue folks, the Iowa State, Kentucky, etc. Packing all of downtown for a while.
Yeah, that's good.
And then they get up and leave. And I tweeted out the attendance. It was 51,266 for the 3 sessions. I don't know how that compares to some of the other first round, but I would think it's pretty robust when you're talking about 17,000 on average for each session. And people immediately said, but they're all from out of town. That doesn't mean we're a great sports team. I'm like, okay, well.
Yeah, let's say you can't win. On the Illinois front, they might have the clip of the tournament where the VCU guy comes flying down, misses the dunk. Kind of, it's good defense. I won't necessarily call it a block. And then Illinois comes flying down the other end, hammers one home. Is Ilsevich maybe? Ivasic, I should say.
Tommy.
Yeah, Tommy. And then Bill Rafferty saying, take me to the Balkans.
Yes. Take
awesome.
me to the Balkans. Let's roll through it. We've got some fun with audio. We've got local rock. We got more rock. I think I told Papers we'd have segment 8-4 at some point. Too much rock.
Yeah.
Let's go to friend of the show, Coach Schertz, reflecting on the Billiken season after they bowed out against Michigan.
In the moment, I'm gutted. I'm proud. I guess there's just a variety of emotions. I'm so proud of this team. I'm obviously incredibly proud of Robbie. I thought, I told them, we went out on our swords. We fought, gave it everything we had. It wasn't enough, and that's a credit to Michigan. They're excellent, but there's nothing for anybody to hang their head about. Obviously, you're just sad. I'll miss Robbie. It's not like. I won't see him, but it's different when you see somebody every day. And, it's different when you don't get to see him on a daily basis. But I love him. I love this team. What he did and what they did for the city. we played basketball at St. Louis for, I think, 110 years. This team won more games than any team in the history of St. Louis University basketball. Got the tournament, won a game. I thought represented the university in a first-class way all the way through all 35 games. Wasn't always perfect, and never is, but the way we went out today, if you're going to going out against, what I think is the best team in the country in front of millions and millions of people on the biggest stage in college sports, and the way we fought and competed and laid it out to the end, I think is, I was really proud.
Coach Schertz summing it all up.
Avila, Deion Brown, Paul Otieno are the seniors.
Yeah.
But with the way it works now, that means those three might only have 2 or 3 more years of eligibility.
Right.
They're going to need a big guy. The way they play, if they're going to run the same offense, you're going to need an Avila type.
Yeah, it'll be interesting because the last 4 years of Schertz have been, a Robbie Avila centered offense. And
Right, running it through him. So
Right.
getting a big man doesn't mean that you have the same.
Right, yeah, because, there's
Blueprint.
I think the reason Robbie Avila is such a novelty and, got the attention he got, is because of the look, first and foremost, but also because of the way he plays. He's
Great passer.
7-footer with guard skills in terms of passing and ball handling, outstanding footwork, and shoot the ball deep. Those don't grow on trees necessarily.
No, they do seem to grow in Eastern Europe.
Certainly, yeah.
There's a lot of those guys that seem to fit
Yeah.
that mold.
To the Balkans.
Can
Can we just have that as a drop?
Let me pull it up.
Here's Robbie Avila first talking about his Billiken career coming to an end.
Like I said, all season long, resiliency, the dog and inside our team. We're a, do whatever it takes kind of team, all season long. And, I think that's how you have special seasons like that. We did so much, we accomplished so much, throughout the season. Just came up short in this last game. And so just credit to my teammates, every single one of those guys for really giving their all, really buying into this team and working to be the best that we could. And I think we, gave it all we got all year long.
It'd be interesting to see where he goes next.
Europe.
Yeah, he doesn't seem like it. He's got the speed for the NBA, but I'm sure he'll play somewhere. He's got to have with all the basketball going on around the world at the
I wonder if he has to
professional
take a pay cut to go play in
Possibly.
Europe. I don't know what the salaries are over there, but
Even if you took a pay cut down to $400,000 or $500,000, still a pretty good first job out of college.
And I guess if you go overseas, a lot of times they put you up at a house, they get you a car, they kind of pay for everything. That's what a lot of these guys have gone over there, say you can bank everything because they take good care of you.
Yes. Here's Bill Rafferty, by the way.
Boswell. Give it up. Oh, 96. Wow. Take me to the Balkans, please.
And he's about 82, 83.
Oh, gosh.
But hasn't lost a single step
And
when it
just
comes to
talks
calling
about
games.
pounding drinks the night before. It just rolls in, calls the game.
Absolute legend. Absolute legend.
Guys, McKernan is now my least favorite person of all time. Congrats on Hitler dropping to number 2. That's from Iggy's great brother.
Well,
They did, it was before the UConn-UCLA game, they did a shot of Dan Hurley and McKernan walking into the game. Both of them just looked world-class mean. Just did not look like either of them. Like if you were to have asked him the question, they might bite your head off, especially McKernan. Because he was staring daggers through the camera, like he was upset the camera was shooting him walking in.
He's made Danny Hurley likable.
Yeah.
who does he think he is, Cronin? What has he ever done to think that he's the king of the world?
Talks like he's from New Jersey. He's from Cincinnati. Mean mugs. He's 4 feet tall, and he's telling me, you raise your voice on me? I'm like, I would be like, yeah, I did.
Who would want to go play for him?
That is UCLA.
I can see why you'd want to go to UCLA,
Yeah, correct.
but still you got to deal with him every day.
Right. I assume he deals with players differently than he deals with media, but who knows?
Probably. He's not a very good face of the program.
No. Especially UCLA, the winningest program in college basketball history.
And point of clarity, earlier we were talking about the shirt story that came out yesterday that Syracuse was in on him. Harrison's brother Master pointed out, hey, idiots, they hired Jerry McNamara. Yes, we know that. The story is, after hiring McNamara, that they were actually pursuing shirts. That's the story, bucko.
He called us idiots.
Pay attention. And then text in. And then you could also be part of the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat or call in. It's going to be tough. Sharon and Clayton said, what about the Blues? Yeah, they beat Vancouver.
Oh, yeah.
As mentioned, Chris Kerber with a Blues report coming your way at about 8:15. We've got some Cardinal talk. Opening day on Thursday. Doug's so excited. As mentioned, he's leaving town. We'll be down at Ballpark Village on Thursday. It's supposed to be about 90, up to like high 80s on Thursday.
It got darn near 90 yesterday. It felt like the middle of August yesterday.
And then out of nowhere, it drops to like
30s this morning.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We also had Robbie Avila, Deion Brown. This is kind of how they really enjoy. Deion Brown was only here 1 year.
I can't lie, I mislabeled my. So that first part you heard was the Robbie Avila portion of it. But if you want the Deion Brown,
Here's Deion Brown, Doug.
yeah, that's right.
Billikens senior guard.
Third school in 4 years. I got to play in Baltimore, Boston, and now here. And I can say St. Louis has been my favorite city to play in so far. Just the atmosphere of the community, how they wrap your arms around you from day one. It's something like I've never seen before. And to be able to come here and have an impact on a team, it's just a blessing, you know?
Well, he had an
Baltimore,
impact. He was a
Boston.
good player. Good player.
Tough little guy. I say little. He's like 6'3", by comparison.
Right.
Okay, let's get to Mizzou, too, because this was Friday night, late night. But I'm telling you, this was around midnight. Trying to sum it up, and Dennis Gates, and I think he even had one line where he said, "Blame me, I failed." But this is Coach Gates reacting to the loss to Miami.
All right.
I'm proud of our guys. I'm proud of what we've done this year. You want to get to the tournament and win games, and we wasn't able to do that. Ultimately, our team definitely was still in a phase of maturation because our season really started at the new year once we got our team fully healthy. So I'm proud of these guys to my right, left, and obviously the guys that fought for us. Proud of our fans that were consistent and those that showed up tonight.
Coach Gates. Texas, and I'm most proud of Ant Robinson's play on Friday. Hope he doesn't enter the portal. Retaking his starting role from T.O. What's with T.O.? Happy for Stone's play on Friday. Jaden Stone was. We always said Mitchell's going to need some help. And then on Friday, Mitchell wasn't doing anything. Guys, I'm pretty sure Mizzou fans all thought that with Ant, Stone, Pierce, Mitchell, T.O. Phillips playing well, and Burns coming along, that it would be a fun tournament. Yeah, the reemergence, I guess, briefly there, of Ant Robinson. Hopefully you can get him going again. That was one of the biggest mysteries of the whole season. Because going into the year was the big two. It was Ant Robinson with Mark Mitchell, and then Robinson largely disappeared.
Mitchell's a senior.
Yes. That was his final game.
Yeah, also Jacob Cruz and Jaden Stone.
Yep.
It was absolutely Gates' fault. Never adjusted. Kept trying to run the same play every time down the court. That's from Magic Beans. Here is Mark Mitchell on his farewell to the Tigers.
I'm just grateful to just have found a place that treated me so well, gave me this opportunity, and I'll forever be indebted to this staff, this program, this community. Somewhere I always call home, I always come back to.
Now, is he an NBA player?
Kind of fringe-ish.
He's an interesting case.
Dougie's an interesting case.
He's a real interesting case because
Workshop it. Let's workshop it.
he's got an NBA level ability to finish at the rim and get to the basket. There's no question about that. He's limited in his shooting ability, although towards the end of the season, especially on Friday night, he was really lacing them from deep.
And that's something that you could improve on over the years.
Sure. Again, I thought as like he was really bad from deep, but again, like I'd be curious on his numbers in SEC play on. I think he was pretty efficient from three. He gets good rotation on the shot, so it's not like it's like totally lost on him. He's not an A+ defender, I would say, nor is he an A+ rebounder, which would matter given his situation. But yeah, I think fringe guy. I think a guy who could play in the G League for a little bit, maybe on a two-way deal, and if he continues to develop, I'm sure plenty of teams. He's kind of a tough matchup because he's long and quick, but I don't know. That's a tough call, I would say. But I didn't think Sean East was a American pro player, and he's been very effective in the G League for several years.
Mizzou didn't belong in the tournament. How pathetic. That's from Choke Artist 1.6.
Oh, come on.
That guy sucks. That guy sucks. He's been negative about everything.
And if it's Gates' fault that they lost, then you got to give Gates credit for getting them there.
No, that's not how it works, then.
I think it can. I think it can work that way.
I agree with you, but you got to remember that these people are smarter than everybody.
Oh, okay.
They know ball.
That.
They know ball.
Jugs in D.C., St. Louis Illini Club had a great showing at Patios. I didn't know that. Swope's playing in Germany. Isaiah Swope.
Yeah, right.
All these guys they all end up somewhere.
Talk about the Illini. I think they got a real opportunity in front of them. I think they're absolutely a team.
God, that'd be fun.
I don't see why they can't be right there with Houston, be right there with Iowa, any of the teams left on their side of it. They have all the talent. And the question was the resolve. And so far, in their first 2 games, they've dominated.
Now they play Houston on Thursday.
Yeah. I like it. I think that's...
They're a 2.5-point dog.
Houston's playing really well right now, but I think Illinois is right there with them.
Guys, is it the U of I or the Serbian Olympic team? That's from Doug's Dungeon Dweller.
That's what it looks like.
That's why he wants to take me to the Balkans, according to Coach Raff. Doug, let's see. Where do we want to go next? You want to break paper? We got more fun with a lot of fun with audio, but we got to stay on time because we are locked and loaded with friends of the show throughout the day. It's TMA, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. 7 o'clock papers brought to you by our friends.
Healthcare Evolution.
Yeah,
absolutely.
How about it? That's the 7 o'clock hour. Text in, phone in, YouTube chat in. Tim back on Tuesday, Thursday. Opening day will be live at Ballpark Village. This is TMA.
Hey folks, this baseball season, FanDuel is letting you choose your own reward for opening week, betting customizations that transform how you experience the game. Make your choice, and the reward will be ready for you to use on your next MLB bet. FanDuel is the home of home runs. Maybe you want to bet on the Cardinals against the Rays in that first series. Maybe you want to bet against the Cardinals in that first series. Maybe you want to take some player props. Who you think can hit a home run in the first game for the Cardinals? Maybe Alec Burleson goes deep. Maybe you are betting on Tyler O'Neill to keep his streak of opening day home runs going. Anything you want over there at FanDuel, or FanDuel is the home of home runs. So, are you ready to play your game? Head to FanDuel.com/local to choose your reward for MLB's opening week. FanDuel, an official partner of Major League Baseball, must be 21 and present in Missouri. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amounts. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Blues off today, back in action tomorrow as they take on the Capitals. Pre-game at 6, puck drop at 7 right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct.
Oh, jazz flute.
They're in Springfield tonight, Doug. Cardinals in Springfield, Missouri. Okay. Get to know Nelson Velasquez, right? Probably starting in left field.
Looks like the best hitter they have. He certainly was the best hitter in spring training.
Now, you can't fall in love with spring stats.
No.
4 homers, 10 RBIs. He had 357.
But those spring stats help him make the team and will probably win him a starting spot, I would think.
In his career, hadn't played a whole lot. Royals, Cubs. 552 at-bats. He's got 31 home runs. Pretty good clip.
Yeah. And he's 27, so he's, I guess, a couple years older than most of the guys on the team, but should still have some. He's be right in his prime right now.
A couple of pitchers made the bullpen that I'd never heard of. Maybe you'd have to struggle to find their names. Matthew Pouchard. It actually looks like Pushard. It looks like a text inbox name. Congrats to him, the right-hander. I believe one of the last to make the team in the bullpen. Cards Rays on Thursday. Opening day, going to be about 90 degrees outside. We'll be live at Ballpark Village. Where exactly papers are? We're in the Crown Room?
Yeah, Crown Hall.
Crown Hall, which I'm assuming is Budweiser, the Crown.
Budweiser Brew House, yeah.
Budweiser Brew House.
Yeah, and I think there's a section in there, but I'll work to confirm that.
If I'm not mistaken, of the players that they received in the trade for the 4 former All-Star veterans, talking about Sonny Gray, Nolan Arenado, Brendan Donovan, and Wilson Contreras, of all the players they received for those 4, not one of them made the roster. Not one is going to start the season in the Major League.
Closest would have been what? Richard Fitz?
Yeah.
Who's going down to AAA.
Don't you think out of those 4 you could get 1 or 2?
You're talking like a hockey trade, Doug, where you get a player
guys
who's ready at the big league level.
Yeah.
What if that wasn't their focus, though? Building for the future.
Well, I understand building
Young
for
talent.
the future, but I would have thought maybe they could have gotten at least one youngish guy who could be a Major League player for those 4.
Who are all prominent big leaguers.
I'm too impatient to want to wait this out for 3 or 4 years. I'd like to see a team pretty good.
Doug demands that they win now.
Next year, maybe. That looks like that's probably far-fetched.
Jordan Walker homered on Sunday.
Yeah.
Doug, his first home run of the spring.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He's been in the lab.
205 this spring.
Nolan Gorman hit 3 home runs.
Yeah.
No,
he had a pretty good spring.
He only struck out 8 times.
Not bad.
Out of 39 at-bats.
Not bad. You take that.
1 in 5.
Definitely take that.
He was usually at about 1 in 3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he's been in the lab. That's good. That's good. Victor Scott, 189.
Weatherholt, 212. Are we expecting too much from him too soon?
Yes, but we need it.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Did we have him in prediction? I think I predicted he would not be on the opening day roster. I would like to timestamp when I was asked that question, because once Brendan Donovan was traded, then it became more apparent that he was going to be in the
I got that. Will J.J. Weatherholt be on the opening day roster?
Okay.
This was on December the 23rd, 2025.
Okay, so no fair. Donovan was still here.
Doug said yes. I said yes. You said no.
Again, not fair. Not fair, Mr. Papers. I want a recount. Doug is the old man yelling at clouds. Are you yelling at clouds?
Well, is anybody else happy that they got nothing to help at the Major League level right now?
Not for this year, but I mean, I think Isringhausen was quoted recently saying like he's really high on a bunch of the pitchers they have at the minor league level that they acquired
So
recently.
the Cardinals are coming. The pitching is coming. Just hang tight.
The idea that you were going to get someone like major league ready who could be impactful was unlikely. You were always going to be trading for young talent. And
Well, young talent, yes, but I would think you could get somebody in their early 20s, somebody who could play a position for you, or be a starter, fourth or fifth starter, a solid bullpen.
I think they
arm.
thought
somebody
Fitz could be that, and he still might be that at some point this season, but maybe not to start. I don't know, I'm not trying to like hold water here, but I don't think
you're going for your merit badge.
No, but like Sonny Gray was bad at the back end of the season last year. Like he was bad.
He was their best pitcher. He won 14
He had like a
games.
6 ERA after the All-Star break.
Nonetheless, he was their best pitcher. And Boston, who thinks they got a chance this year, they wanted him.
Yeah, they wanted him for the price that they got, which was a bunch of young prospects who might be some good, but not people who are major league ready.
And they're going to pay him a lot. Well,
yeah,
the Cardinals are paying.
The Cardinals are paying them.
Yeah, great. Yeah, that worked out great.
I'm not saying it worked out great. I'm just saying that's what, like, same with Donovan. Like, that was the price you got for the reason I think it took a while for Donovan is because they weren't getting the price they thought he was garnering or thought he should garner. And then Contreras, that one, who knows?
Yeah. Well, my time is short. I don't want to wait 5 years for these guys to be decent. Yeah. And when you get them in the low minor leagues, you never know if they're going to make it at all.
Sure.
Matt Pouchard and George Soriano are making the team, Doug.
Okay.
All right.
You got to take that.
Graceffo was optioned out on Sunday. Final roster taken. You have that Herrera is still catching a little bit.
Yeah.
They don't seem too excited about it, but they're gonna give it a little bit of run here.
Well, if Pozo continues to hit, and he hit this spring, I guess you got to really consider giving him more time back there.
Yeah, or elsewhere on the field. I don't really care.
Well,
put him anywhere.
I'm not sure where else he could play. Maybe first,
third.
I don't know about that.
Corner outfield.
I guess the outfield is Velasquez, Walker, and Scott.
Yeah.
Or Church. Church played a lot.
I like how all of our lineups are question mark.
Yeah.
But that infield, that's pretty well set. Right? Until we move Mason Wynn to second.
Right. So you got Burley at first.
Okay, Burley first.
Yeah.
Weatherhold at second. Mason Wynn at short. Tell the callers say to move him from short, save his arm. Gorman at third.
And so JC is the backup all over the place.
Yeah. Big Scott in center. Newt's hurt.
Mm-hmm. So you use Velasquez.
What year is it? Okay, Newt's hurt, and then Velasquez in left, Walker in right.
Oh.
There you go.
DHing
Herrera at times.
Gosh, I really do pray that I'm wrong, but I think this is the weakest team the Cardinals have put on the major league roster since I've been rooting for them in the 1960s. Gosh, I hope I'm wrong.
Because in the 70s, they didn't win, but were they horrific because you had quality players there.
They had 3 years where they finished just barely out of winning the division, like within a game or two. 3 different years, and it was after trading Carlton and Royce, two of the best left-handers of their generation. They had some years where they weren't very good, but they had some years where they were right there, just got beat out, usually by the Pirates. Do you guys recall the team?
I'm trying to, not in the last, 30 years. Some of those teams, like 97 was in the end, not a winning team. 99, you had the McGuire stuff going on, but I think you had the talent there, the Jordans, the Gants that were still, you had big league talent. They just didn't win. Oh, early 90s. Again, you had Langford, Jordan. I think they thought they'd be good. They just weren't.
Todd Zeal.
Doug is right. Worst opening day outfield and starting rotation in my lifetime. That's from Eric in the Central West End.
I think you'd have a hard time arguing that if you're going to be honest about it.
Lisa says 98, Martin. But that roster
had McGuire in 98.
Yeah, I think they still thought they had a chance to win. Like this, that's the thing, is they're not putting a timeline on it. Chaim Bloom's not, he doesn't expect you to look at this roster and say they're going to win it all, Doug. But I don't know. You're right. The whole gamble is it going to work? You're resetting the whole franchise right now. Does that mean you're going to be what they were in a couple of years, contending every year? I don't know. I think you have. I think this year you're not supposed to be surprised that it's a bad roster. But is it going to work? It's a huge gamble. Skepticism is totally warranted.
And I don't know how they're going to get the ability to get back into the spending competition with the top teams. I'm not sure how that's going to.
Well, when you have no attendance with a bad team,
and your TV,
then how do you turn around and spend?
Yeah. Yeah, it could get to the point where if somebody really becomes a star, you can't afford to keep them anymore. They used to keep those guys. They used to keep the Pujols and players of that ilk. I'm not sure they're going to be able to do that now. If somebody should emerge, if a Mason Wynn becomes one of the top shortstops in the game.
And the 98 roster, by the way, did have McGuire, and that's coming off his debut with St. Louis, at least in 97. So McGuire, 98. Then you had Delino DeShields, Royce Clayton, Gary Gaetti, Ron Gant, Ray Langford, Brian Jordan. Those are all fairly
miles
established.
ahead of what they have now.
Yeah, fairly established names.
Yeah.
And they ended up with a winning record because in September, when McGuire went nuts and all the attention, they actually had a really winning record. They were terrible up until September.
Yeah. This may be the first rebuild they've had in decades. I think that's safe to say, too.
Right, we're
long time
going into the season. You know, it's not going to be. Even though the last couple of years they might not have been saying it, but you kind of knew what the situation was.
Well, we need to focus on the Blues playoff push. I think 8-2-2 since the Olympic break. We'll talk Blues. Chris Kerber on deck. It's TMA on 101 ESPN.
You know, when you log on to ClassicAirCare.com, right at the very top, you're going to see the 5 gold stars. And right next to it, it says, read our reviews. Here's why. They've got a 4.8 Google rating. How about this one from Helen? Very professional and able to solve complex problems with sewer laterals. Did a fantastic job filling back the holes, leveling the front yard. Those are the plumbing needs that they've got. Classic Air Care has been great for helping us keep up with our AC, furnace, and boiler. Jack was especially knowledgeable, efficient, working with our boiler and radiators. That was from Maggie. Those are the kind of services and the quality of service you get from Classic Air Care. Look, if you're like me, yesterday you had the air conditioning on during the day, and by nighttime you were putting the heat on. You're going back and forth with the weather the way it is. Make sure that you get Classic Air Care out there to do a maintenance check on your unit, and you're ready to go for the summer. You're putting a lot of taxing work on it right now, going back and forth. That's why you have it. So you want to use it. You want to make sure that it's working well. Don't sit there and go, well, I don't want to do this in case something happens. Use it for the purpose you're using it for. Just make sure the Classic Air Care gets out there and you do a maintenance check on it so it's ready to go. They've got over 100 vans on the road. They can get to you typically within 24 hours. They've got service plans available. And again, the number one thing you can do in your own home is to change that air filter. It's Classic Air Care. They're here to help when you need them. You can book an appointment online at ClassicAirCare.com. You can give them a call as well. The number's right at the top of the website, and they've been making people comfortable since 1926.
Blues are back in town. It's been a minute. Ovechkin, the Capitals, kicking off 3 straight at home, Tuesday, Thursday, and then Chiefs return on Saturday. The Toronto Maple Leafs in town. Chris Kerber joining us to talk all things Blues. They got a win in Vancouver on Saturday, and Kerber, since the Olympic break, 8-2-2, so 12 games, only 2 losses in regulation. Is there a theme here? Is there anything you've seen? I know last year was the post-Olympic surge, or what was the Four Nations break, I guess. I wouldn't say they're similar, but what have you seen from this squad?
You know what, Martin? I think just coming out of the break, the biggest thing you've seen is the goaltending has just been outstanding. You know, that to me is the biggest part of that. So, and when the goaltending is that good, it gives your team a chance to be successful. It makes up for mistakes from other guys. When it was like it was in the month of October, as we talked plenty of then, it can make it really hard, and it can actually shatter the psyche of a team, too. That's how important it is. So, you know, there was a stretch in it going into that Winnipeg game. You know, you're like, okay, I don't think I had allowed myself to get there, but I'm sure some fans did. You know, you string a few more wins together, and you might find yourselves 3 or 4 points out of a playoff spot. Then you're like, okay, there's a chance. Well, you know, Nashville's now gone on a 4-game win streak. They've taken over the second wild card. And you're sitting there, looking about 8 points out at this point in time. But the reality of it is, you know, they're trying to build, as Jim Montgomery said, an identity that they're still looking for, but they're trying to build, you know, processes that'll lead into the offseason and next year. And that's how you have to look at it.
You feel like they're still playing with the same intensity they have for the whole season? They haven't let up at all, have they?
No, listen. I've said this throughout the year, Doug. Like, you know, there's years when expectations aren't met, where you're not as good as you thought you were in terms of the results, and rooms fracture. There's, you know, the negativity goes. Honestly, there was probably about a 2-week stretch where you could kind of feel that the Daubers were really down, you know, but Braden Shen kind of grabbed the group at that point in time, so this isn't going to work. And honestly, I think there's a good feel, there's a good vibe. But, you know, and the one thing that you started to see, and this is what happens too when you start to move out some of the veteran players and some of the leadership, is other guys have to step up. And you can tell that this has clearly become more of that younger cores group now. It's had no choice when you move out, you know, a captain and Braden Shen and somebody like Justin Falk. But, there's a togetherness about it. Yeah, I think the problems and some of the issues that have existed all season long are, from a consistency play standpoint on the ice, are still there. We saw that in that Calgary game, for example, and then contrarily, we saw some good play in the Vancouver game. But that said, when you have young players, inconsistency has to be expected, and you work through that. So, no, I think, from a positivity standpoint, it's still quite energetic.
And there's still 13 games to go, and again, a good stretch since the Olympic break. Do you think Steen, Army, who are watching from above, anything can happen player-wise over this next month that kind of changes their opinion about, like, the direction they're going? You think they've already kind of decided how they feel about all these players?
No, I think there's a lot of evaluating going on. And the cool part, Martin, was, Joe and I talked with Alex Steen during, we had the practice on Friday in Vancouver. And we talked to him throughout most of that practice. And it was a hard driving practice put on by Jim Montgomery there. And one thing that is very clear to me after that, like when Alex Steen sits and watches practice, man, he's still evaluating players. And I mean, he's looking at things on a level that most people are not. This guy's having a good practice. Well, look at this guy's body language here at practice. Things along those kind of lines. And then he watches it in games. Like he was talking about, just how you see Jimmy Snuggerud like shooting with a belief system that he's going to score, and it's. And man, oh man, he had another couple of great shots. He doesn't need a lot of room to get a great shot off. I'm so excited to see what Jimmy Snuggerud's going to do, as he continues to grow here. But no, I think there's plenty of evaluating going on. There's some decisions that still had to be made. Guy like a Jonathan Berggren, who they claimed off waivers, he's going to be a restricted free agent. They have to figure out what to do with them, how the other guys are going to play. This team, I don't think, is going to sit pat in this offseason. I don't think they're going to be very active in a big-time free agent market. I would be shocked if that happened, but they have decisions to make, and, are there deals to be done that didn't happen at the trade deadline that could still happen in the offseason? That remains to be seen. But, yeah, 13 games to go, still a ton of evaluating. And, and look, and this isn't like right now, you're 3 points behind the Winnipeg Jets. You're sitting with what would be the 5th overall pick. And Calgary, New York, and Chicago are just 2 points behind you. So that pick could get up even higher depending on how things go. Well, let's see how it goes. But there's a lot to look at right now.
But you'd have to be rooting for them to lose to get those picks, to get a better pick anyway, right? Not that anyone roots for them. You got to root for Calgary, New York, and Chicago to win more than we do. That's the other way to look at it, right? I guess so.
Listen, here's the one thing. You're not rooting for them to lose like that. I don't think anybody in their right mind, a Blues fan, you want to go and, I think you're going to see some really good hockey this week. You've got, some, maybe the last time to see Ovechkin play live tomorrow night, things like that. But the other reality is, from a long-term perspective, a really good high quality pick can really help this franchise and make the pain worth it. And and guys, the key to that though is you can't screw those picks up. And and you know what? I've got total faith in Tony Feltrin and what the St. Louis Blues have been doing. You go back to when Yarmo was running the draft, and Bill Armstrong, now Tony. I mean, when you continue to see guys like Jimmy Snuggerud at 23 and Robert Thomas at 20, second round picks like Jordan Kyrou, they know how to pick. The Vancouver Canucks in the last 13 years have had 11 first-round picks, and of those 11 first-round picks, 6 of them were top 10. Only one of those top 10 picks is still on that is still in that franchise. Like, that's what you can't have happen, and I don't think that would happen with the Blues.
Yeah, and that's why they're one of the worst teams in the league, if not the worst.
That's exactly, that's exactly why. I mean, the New York Rangers. The New York Rangers had a couple good runs. In one turnaround, they decided to go right back to another turnaround. And that's what you're trying to avoid. And you do that by making sure that if you do have a high pick, we'll still see how it turns out for Dalibor Dvorsky as a 10th overall pick. But the key is when you get those picks, you can't miss with them. You've got to make sure you get a player. Now, that doesn't mean that you're always going to get a generational player. or a franchise total changing player like a Macklin Celebrini or maybe a Matthew Schaefer. But you do want the kind of player that becomes a cornerstone of your franchise for a good, 10 years or so. That's what you're looking for.
You talk about evaluating players, and I'm sure the young guys all feel like they have something to prove to the front office. But how do you keep motivating the veterans who've been around a while? They've all got these no-trade contracts. If you don't like it, what difference does it make? I'm not going anywhere anyway. How do you motivate those guys?
Well, you know what? I think the same evaluation, Doug. I mean, they're looking, saying, okay, are you coming to work? Are you coming, what are you doing in practice? Are you still driving the bus the way you should, as a leadership group? And in all fairness, if you think about it, I think you have to think that there was plenty of fire where there was smoke around some of these guys at the trade deadline. Now, how much of it is accurate, that I don't know, but there was way too much smoke for none of it to be accurate. So the reality is if you don't want to stay in some of those trade talks, you got to bring it. I think Colton Parayko, for example, is doing a great job with Theo Lindstein. Look at the communication. Look at what he's doing on the ice with him. And that's it's been a really good pair here the last 4 or 5 games, and what an experience that is for Lindstein to play with him, right? But they're evaluating still, Jordan Kyrou. And Robert Thomas, neither one of these guys. Robert's probably picking up points on a per game basis, like he's pretty close to what would be the pace of an 80-point season if he hadn't have gotten hurt. Jordan Kyrou's numbers, are way down. But are they, is Robert Thomas stepping into a leadership role that you would have to expect him to take right now? Are you going to see more consistency out of Jordan Kyrou, or is it going to be, really good games here and then, sometimes put on the bench at another game? And that's what they're still evaluating, even with those veteran guys. So even those guys are playing. And, a couple of them still have full no-trade clauses, but eventually those no-trade clauses shift into modifieds, and then you don't have total control over it. So if you want to stay, you got to play. And trust me, I do believe they're looking very hard at all of that.
It is just a better brand of hockey. I mean, right before the break, when they lose, they give up 5-6 goals, and all of a sudden now you're losing close games when they do lose. The games are still fun. Ovechkin in the house, that's going to be fun on Tuesday night. Anytime he's in the building, you don't get to see him often. Every time he comes through now, you could say this might be the last time.
Yeah, and there's been more talk, even though he hasn't said anything, that this might be his last year. He just joined Wayne Gretzky as the only 2 players who played in the NHL with 1,000 goals combining playoffs and the regular season. He'll be in tomorrow night and all day tomorrow. Tomorrow, Martin, is it's actually the 5th anniversary of Bobby Plager passing away.
Wow!
And it's hard to believe it's been 5 years since we lost that unbelievable man that was so positive and so great to be around, and you still miss him dearly around the rink. So I think the Blues are going to put out a lot of content tomorrow. There's going to be kind of a theme around the game surrounding that too. I know on the television side and radio side, we're going to have, a lot of content focused on that and remembering Bob on the 5th anniversary of passing. They've actually created, there's a bucket hat and a ball cap with the 5 in the heart that they're going to sell at the game, a limited number of those. So tomorrow's going to be kind of a special day. It's hard to imagine that it's been 5 years since he's passed, but it's always great when we do get a chance to sit back and remember Bobby, because he just meant so much. And again, the crazy thing is, up until the point that Bobby passed, every single Blues player that played in the organization, every single one of them knew Bob Plager from day one. Like that, think about that for a second. Like from day one until the day he passed, every single player that ever donned the blue note met and knew Bobby Plager. Pretty cool to think about it that way.
Yeah, this is probably close to 1,000 guys.
Yeah, I don't know, what's it, like 700 and probably 700 to 800. Yeah, pretty close.
So that's on Tuesday then. Macklin Celebrini on Thursday. The Sharks here Thursday. Chiefs return. Craig Berube and the disappointing Maple Leafs here. It's a 3-game homestand. You can hear it all right here on 101 ESPN, the voice of the Blues. Chris Kerber with us. Kerb, we will see you at the rink.
All right, guys. Have a great week. We'll see you at the rink over the course of the week.
All right, thanks, Chris.
Chris Kerber,
right,
voice of the Blues here on your home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. Tim is back. Doug, he is back on Tuesday. Somebody asked if he had been captured by ICE at the airport or if he quit the show.
Oh, are they
none
there
of it's
today?
true. None of it's true.
Okay.
Tim is back tomorrow, but here he is right now.
Brown and Crouppen, the presenting sponsor of TMA. Brown and Crouppen is local, founded in 1979 and serving St. Louisans now for 45-plus years. To the insurance company, you're just a claim number. To your team at Brown and Crouppen, you're a person with a name that Brown and Crouppen cares about and will fight for. They're a part of the St. Louis community because they were founded in the St. Louis community, still based in the St. Louis community. After an accident, money's tight, and that's why they offer so much for free. And at Brown and Crouppen, they're not going to get paid unless you get paid. When you're a client, all questions are answered for free. So if you think you may need Brown and Crouppen services, all you need to do is call 314-222-2222 or go to getbc.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Martin Doug, Papers, Chairman Kurt with you on this Monday edition. TMA, a lot of hoop rock talk, some blues talk mixed in. The baseball team debuts Thursday. We'll find out more with Brad Thompson coming up here on TMA. NCAA tournament, Ovechkin coming to town, Doug, all of that on hold because we've got baseball. We've got Cardinal baseball returning on Thursday. Brad Thompson on the. Is this the beginning? You guys had him last week. I was out last week. I'm sorry, I missed it. Okay, we're back, baby. We're so back. BT on the line with us. Brad, how are you?
This is the official debut. Now that you guys are back in the fold, this feels real. Now, no Tim, so we'll do another debut whenever he's back.
Oh, that'll be a third debut. Third.
No, it feels good.
Do you have to go to Spring? Not have to. I rescind. Are you in Springfield for tonight's festivities?
I am not in Springfield for tonight, so I wish I was, sure. But no. The official first TV broadcast will be on Thursday, and we're locked in, ready to go. It should be a fun exhibition there. You know, they always draw well up in Springfield. Fun for all of those fans, but I'm looking forward to the real deal come Thursday.
I'm searching for things to be excited about coming out of spring training, and I guess that would be the work of the pitching. The pitching looked pretty good, didn't it?
I thought it did, and look, I find you, Doug, searching for joy oftentimes.
Yes,
and I
am.
hope that I can bring that. To you throughout the season.
If you could.
I think that when you're looking for something that put up the numbers, that had some swing and miss. First of all, the rotation looked great. You got a lot of young guys, fairly unproven group, but a bunch of guys that have plenty of upside. They threw the ball well. I mean, there wasn't a guy that you looked at and said, "Man, I'm not sure about that." And then all of a sudden, you have some depth, right? Richard Fitz gets optioned to AAA, who has big time stuff. He will certainly be a part of the equation in 2026. Dobbins, who also came over from the Boston trade, he's starting the season on the IL with the knee issue, but he's progressing really well through all of his throwing. So you've got that depth plus all the bevy of your own prospects that were there. And all of a sudden you look at this bullpen, which was solidified. I know there's still a couple of questions from a position player standpoint of what it's going to look like. But personally, feel comfortable about the group that you have. I think when you look at the back end, that's going to be one of the biggest things as how does Ollie and Dusty Blake, how do they look at that back end of the bullpen? Who's going to be slotting into roles? You got a few guys that can close out games for you. But, yeah, Doug, I totally agree. I think that the pitching staff was really good. Now let's just see, the biggest question, as we all know, is what is it going to look like offensively? How do they score runs? And how do they figure out ways to manufacture enough to win these ball games?
Tell us more about Nelson Velasquez, who they gave an extended run, a lot of at bats, 4 home runs. What do you make of him at 27? Maybe a late bloomer, but then I was looking at his numbers. He's hit a lot of home runs in limited exposure at the big league level.
Look, he's been your best outfielder in spring training, right? And he wasn't one when he came over that anybody was yelling about and saying, "Well, this is going to be your guy," with the injury here with Lars Nootbaar. But like it's been the story of camp is who is going to take advantage of the opportunities. And oftentimes when we talk about that, we talk about the young players within the organization. Well, they went out and got a guy outside of the organizations. He hit over 350. He hit 4 home runs. Plays a steady outfield. And look, we talked about this last week, and we were hemming and hawing. Doug, I believe it was you, asked me the question of who I thought would be out there, and I was, playing the safe route of, I don't know, maybe they throw for Mean out there because he's around. I don't think so. I think that this dude has done enough to be able to force the hand, and that's what you want. If you want to create an environment where guys feel like they're competing for something, if you're coming in and say, hey, you got a chance to win a job here, let them win a job. And I feel like that's exactly what Nelson Velasquez has done. And on a team that definitely could use some thump, because that's going to be one of the bigger questions is where does the power come from? How do they score some runs? If you got a guy that's putting together at-bats like he is, I feel like you have to give him a chance. And then when your group gets healthy, right, when Lars ends up coming back, I hope it's a really hard decision as to who they move, because you want these guys to be performing as well. You want Nelson Velasquez to be performing at a high level and make it a tough decision.
Has Nathan Church entered the equation out there in the outfield?
I think he has, man. I think that the positional versatility. I mean, he's arguably your best outfielder. I mean, he goes and gets it out there just like Vic does. Vic's got maybe a step on him in the outfield, but another consistent bat. I feel very confident late in the game if you wanted to, and I believe this team is going to play some tight games, right? So defense is really going to matter, especially late in the game. I think that he's a guy that you would love to have available to check in, either in center or probably more likely one of your corner outfield spots that can go get it late. I personally would feel comfortable with that. So I feel like he's done enough. I talked to when he got called up. I got a text message from Ryan Ludwig, who worked with Nathan Church a lot over the last couple of years in the minor leagues, and he's like, "Dude, you are going to love this guy." And we all know how he started out. I believe he was like 0 for 15, checked a lot of boxes in the big leagues before he ended up getting his first big league hit. But I just enjoyed the way that his process was the same. You start at your big league career going 0 for 15. A lot of guys are dumpy. They're in their own heads. He wasn't, and he was just consistently putting together the same approach, the same energy, and then all of a sudden you started to see that come to fruition. So I think that, again, I don't have the big office. I don't make any big decisions, but I feel like Nathan Church does fit this roster and some of the needs for it very well.
What's realistic with J.J. Weatherholt? I mean, he's not going to hit 300. Well, maybe he is. I don't know. But how should we kind of temper some of the excitement, because he is the guy we're kind of hanging a lot on?
Yeah, I think it's great to be excited about him, and I think as a fan base, that's what you cling to right now is who is going to be the young guy that's going to be the nucleus, who's going to be a part of the future, who's going to be the jersey that you want to spend your hard-earned money on at the team store and buy and wear, hopefully for a long time. And J.J. Weatherholt checks a lot of those boxes, you believe, with the upside. But going into a rookie season at 23 years old, you certainly know that the organization isn't going to, and fans, we probably shouldn't either, heap all the pressure of a season on a kid. But I believe that he's going to have a consistent approach. I also believe that it wasn't the spring that he wanted. And I'm sure organizationally, they still have a decision to make on him. But they wanted him to, like, win the job where it was hands down. JJ did it. It's very easy. Well, he had 212, 780 OPS. And he had more walks than strikeouts. You know that part of his game is going to be good. But it wasn't like he blew the doors off spring. But you've seen enough from him, I think, the last couple of years to give him a little bit of, let's use the last year's term. Let's give him some runway. Let's find out what he has. I believe he has the skill set, the on-base skills, to be your leadoff hitter. I know that Ollie has kicked that around a bit in spring of who is that guy, what does that fit look like. I like the profile of JJ leading off more than I like the profile of Mason Wynn, more of an on-base guy there for JJ Weatherholt. But I believe he's going to be a guy that hits for power. I think he'll be a doubles machine. He's a threat on the base pass. He checks all the boxes, but we know this. It takes some time. At the big league level, if you have a hole, they will find it. And they will execute it over and over again. And oftentimes for a guy, we've seen this with Jordan Walker over the years, if you send him to AAA, he's going to tear the cover off the ball because they make mistakes and they might know what your weaknesses are but can't execute it all the time. At the big league level, it's done more times than not. So we'll see how he reacts to that. But he has reacted very well to any shortcomings that have happened in spring, any failures. He doesn't get down in the dumps. He is the same guy. Consistency is the hardest thing to have in sports, especially for a young player, and I feel like he has got that attribute very, very well.
What do you think of the spring that Gorman has had, Nolan Gorman? He only struck out 8 times, 39 at-bats. That's a whole lot better than what we've seen in the past.
God, how necessary is that, too, for Gorman? Look, we all know this team needs thump, and he can provide it. This is a guy that led your club in homers a couple of years ago, also can lead you in strikeouts. But the adjustments that he's been able to make have been big, and it's about, again, consistency at the highest level. We always do. You don't want to freak out about spring training, good or bad, right? You don't want to take anything and say, all right, this is what this guy is going to be at a high level, this is what he's going to be at a low level. Spring training. You're getting ready for the season. But there are signs that are pointing you in the right direction. Doug, obviously you hit the biggest one with the lack of swing and miss for Gorman. It's still going to be a part of his game. There's going to be a lot of boom or bust there. But can he make adjustments throughout? I believe that Gorman is at his best oftentimes, and you can say this about a lot of hitters, when he is letting the ball get deep and traveling, like he's got pop to the opposite field. He's got that left center gap when he lets it travel. When he gets pull happy, I feel like that's when he gets into a little bit of trouble. But at nearing 26 years old now for Nolan Gorman, got a couple of years under his belt at the big league level, knows how these guys are going to attack him. At some point, either you make the adjustment or you don't. And I feel like he has made some of those adjustments. We're going to find out. We're going to find out during the regular season. But if this team is, and I know that they're talking about, their identity, want to be scrappy, they're going to play hard every day. Absolutely, I believe that's going to be the case, and I believe it's going to be a fun product to watch. But if you are going to win a lot of games and surprise people, the surprises have to come from Gorman. The surprises have to come from Walker. Surprises have to come from these guys that have had some of these reps at the big league level and now really need to slug at the big league level, because that's where you win ball games. Like being the gritty team that runs a bit, it works and it's fine, but you got to be able to touch the seats too. Have some of those guys that can drive the ball out of the ballpark, and those are the two biggest guys that you look at.
I know you're not the programming guru over there at Cardinals TV, but is it your understanding still, if you have DirecTV, if you have Spectrum, kind of that you'll get the games like you typically did, but there are also, if you don't have any of those, you can do subscription packages?
Yeah, that is absolutely my understanding. Basically, if you were able to watch the games last year with your provider, you'll be able to watch them this year with your provider. So I think they're still ironing out exactly where all that's going to be, what it's going to look like. But that's been the way it's been relayed to me. So don't panic. Your Cardinal baseball is going to be there. And, I'm sure for them, there's been a lot of moving parts behind the scenes here in the last couple of months with the whole FanDuel fallout. But I do think that from just a viewership standpoint, people are actually going to really like MLB taking over these broadcasts, because essentially it's the Cardinals taking over a lot of it too, just as far as content of access. There's been far more access, and maybe got a chance to see a little bit of it in spring training, access with the players on the bench, during games, before games, after. They've been far more helpful with the product, and I really think that's going to relay it to the fan base. So, yes, if you had the games last year on your provider, you will have them again this year, and Cardinals TV is a great access point, too. It's nice to be able to stream stuff. I know especially a lot of our younger listeners and viewers like to be able to access it that way. So the games will be there for you.
Are you still doing the Fred Bird Show this year?
Yeah, of course I'm still doing the Fred Bird Show, Doug.
Good.
Are you kidding me? When it comes to teammates, great teammates, and long-lasting relationships, Fred Bird and I, yes, we are going strong. We have already recorded, I believe, 7 episodes of the show thus far. Try to knock some of these out before the season starts. But, yes, we are going to have a blast together.
That's good. You're such a natural for that. You really pull that off great.
Well, thank you. It's all about range, Doug. You know that. I want to be able to talk to kids and adults at the same, and sometimes at the same level. I think that it really works that way.
Brad, 2-part question. This is, I don't know if you're taking questions. This is from the audience, of course. Number 1, who's big for you? And number 2, what concession food are you most looking forward to this season? Thanks. Stay chalky. That's from Big Tuft.
What was question number 1?
Who's big for you?
I don't know. I don't know.
Kind of a wide-ranging.
That's what I used to ask people when I didn't have any good questions.
Who's big for you?
I'd ask a coach.
Yeah, how about a player that jumped out at you that you didn't know much about?
Dustin May is big for me. Okay. Dustin May is big for me. Now, I did know a bit about him, but the guy's been injured the last couple of years. I think that he's going to be one of the biggest bright spots this season for this team. So Dustin May is big for me at this point. As far as concession food goes, I'm very traditional with my ballpark fare. Give me a hot dog with mustard, and I'm pretty happy about life.
You don't go near the seafood, right? You will not touch the seafood, isn't that right?
Oh, God, what a recall that you have. Yep, won't touch it. It's just not for me. I don't judge anybody that does. I do judge people that grown-ups that eat a hot dog with just ketchup. But when it comes to seafood, never grew up eating any of it, and now everything I do, if I try something, I do it like a 5-year-old child where I chew it up like way too long and it just sits in my mouth, and then I spit it in a napkin.
Ooh.
Is how that usually goes.
That's how Tom Brady got so skinny, Doug. He would just eat and he just spit the food right back.
Is this no seafood at stadiums or restaurants?
Just in general,
Just in general.
in general, but I would probably double down when it comes to in stadiums.
I would too.
I mean, probably.
Hey, went to the ball game. What'd you get? Hey, some sushi. You just don't hear that too often. BT, good to have you back on the air. Cardinal baseball returns Thursday. We'll be live at Ballpark Village, and we'll be talking to Brad on Mondays. Brad, we'll see you soon.
All right, fellas, I look forward to it, and hopefully we got a lot of fun stuff to talk about. We're going to keep Doug happy this year.
If you could.
That's my goal.
hard to do.
Please, I'm old and crotchety. I need some help.
He's yelling at clouds.
I know you are,
Brad.
Brian. I get it.
All right, that's Brad Thompson with us here on TMA. Packer Dave says, I bought the subscription. It was $100, not bad for the whole season.
Yeah, that's all right.
However, I don't see how that's sustainable for the Cardinals. Yeah, good deal for Packer Dave, maybe long term. But in the end, I think they're going to put out a list with the numbers. If you say, Fox Midwest, Bally's used to be $671 on DirecTV or whatever it was. Those numbers, I think we're still waiting for the official. If you have Spectrum, it's on channel whatever. If you have Direct.
It was always $824 was Fox Sports Midwest, and then FanDuel.
I got called Comrade Kilcoyne because I didn't mention Fubo, Fubo. Is that an outlet papers for folks to watch the ball game?
It's a streaming site, not...
Do they offer the Cardinals? Is that Fubo?
I think so, yes. It's like YouTube TV, but not.
Okay. Guys, the 703 Club shrimp is fantastic. That's from Josh Bob Bill. So they do have shrimp down there.
Yeah, I thought they probably do at some point.
For some reason, though, BT is not a seafood guy. I don't know why I remember that. Do we need to hear from Tim Papers at this moment?
Yeah, I think we do.
Jackson Burkett with his colleague, Tim.
Yeah, I think he wants to tell us about Design Air heating and cooling.
Design Air Heating and Cooling is online at designairservice.com, the longest-running sponsor of the morning after. Martin Kilcoyne's a client. I'm a client. Doug Vaughn's a client. We ask that you become a client. You're going to be very happy if you do become a client because you know that it's going to be taken care of and you have peace of mind when you're dealing with the high temperatures in the St. Louis area and the low temperatures that we can get this time of year as well. Design Air will take great care of it. No upselling. That is the company's plan. They fix it. They are in your business through the long term, not through upselling when they're over at your home. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, online at designairservice.com. Sponsor of our email of the day, the longest running sponsor on the morning after, going back more than a decade. Seth Goldcamp and his team, you know you can count on them, and that's why we're clients. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. Just go to designairservice.com and work with the longest running sponsor on the morning after, Design Air Heating and Cooling.
Doug's favorite thing to do on Mondays is open the phone line. Monty is online. Doug, let's talk some ball.
Sure.
Let's talk some ball. Monty on the Collier and Thompson phone lines.
Hello, Monty.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Fine. How are you?
Good. I got a bone to pick with some Cardinal fans.
Okay.
So I was at Roger Dean the other day, and I bit my tongue because the guy behind me kept talking crap about Jim Edmonds, and it really was bothering me because I used to play for Kenny Reitz. I'm sure you guys remember the Zamboni from back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Zamboni told me, he said they striked, I think it was 71. I can't remember what years it was, but 70s and 80s they had a strike. And he
Hello, Monty.
And thanked him for striking.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Lost you for a second.
I apologize. I'm driving. Zamboni said the only player to ever thank him for going on strike was Jim Edmonds. So I think that really speaks to his character, and people just need to understand that Jim is a great guy and stop talking trash because you don't know people, and that's all I got to say.
And you were tempted, but that is kind of an awkward thing. You don't really want to get into a fight at a spring training baseball game.
No,
Suck it, Doug.
When I got my 4-year-old and 5-year-old with me, so I
bad luck.
I kill my mouth. So,
all right, is it Monty?
All those boomers out there, keep your mouth shut.
Boomers. Monty, is that your first name or is that a nickname? Because we had Monty Hard, who played for Mizzou.
Nope, Monty Gibbs. I played for Westminster College. Don't look up my stats. It was horrible.
Okay, Monty. Now that means Monty Gibbs. I'm going to look him up.
What'd you hit for Westminster?
No. My senior year, I had a girlfriend who I'm married to now. I hit 240 that year.
Well, he's blaming her, Doug. He's blaming her.
But when I was single, I hit 551 my senior year at John F. Kennedy. So
cut it out.
Let's keep it that.
Monty, let me. What years were you at Westminster?
Here we go. We're going to little on-air doxing.
I was there 08, 09 to 2012. I played with John Vaughn. John Vaughn was there when I was there.
Yeah, he was there for 1 year.
You started just after I got done at Webster. We used to just ragdoll you guys.
Oh yeah, you did.
Yeah,
He's not denying it.
Still a great night.
All right, thank you,
my
Monty.
my last collegiate hit was off Webster, so I'll take it.
Oh, yeah.
We used to ragdoll you. They're just talking smack between Webster baseball and Westminster. All right, that's Monty checking in. Calgary Thompson phone lines. We got to talk to Gabe DeArmond because Mizzou's basket. Is this the final, Gabe, for a while then?
Yeah.
Farewell. I went up and I saw him on Thursday or Friday there, and I said, I only listen to you on TMA. That's why my respect for you grows every Monday, Friday. Talking all things Mizzou, and that post game was on fire. Think about the Mizzou fan on Friday night. The tip, and it was pretty close to on time, wasn't it?
Yeah.
First game was rapid because it was a blowout.
Yeah.
And then the post game around midnight, people have been, I don't know, drinking for a while. It was lively. We'll get Gabe's take on all things Mizzou basketball, the state of the program, Dennis Gates, et cetera. That's next on TMA. AutoLoanPro.com, the website to go to if you're in the market for a new vehicle. Doesn't matter what your situation is, whatever the circumstances, doesn't matter. They'll get you that new vehicle, little to no money down. Also, best rate possible. Auto Loan Pro works with over 50 different lenders. That's how they get you the absolute best rate available. Anyone could sell you a car. It takes a pro to do it right. Auto Loan Pro is part of the Lita family. That website also has little playbook they put together explaining the credit industry, so it's going to educate you and get you into the car of your choice in the future. Making that large purchase can get complicated, especially if there's any hiccup along the way. It happens to folks, and they're going to fix it by getting you into the best vehicle. And again, buy that car, fix your credit, do it all in one spot. That's AutoLoanPro.com. Financing a car, the only thing to know is to choose the pro, AutoLoanPro.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. With wins over Penn and VCU on the weekend, Illinois advances to the Sweet 16. They'll play number 2 seed Houston on Thursday, March 26th. That's going to be a 9:05 p.m. tip-off. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Not going to hear this for a while, Doug.
Well, I'll miss that.
Made it all the way
Gabe
through.
and the song we'll miss.
Yeah. Gabe DeArmond, PowerMizzou.com on the line. He was in, I saw him down there at the Enterprise Center covering the Missouri Tigers. His St. Louis visit was short-lived, much like the Missouri Tigers' visit to the NCAA tournament. Gabe, welcome in. I know this will be emotional for you. This is your final check-in for a little while here on TMA.
Hey guys, I might just use my burner and start hitting the text line or call in and just say outrageous things and see if you react to them.
I told these guys I was driving home late Friday. I listened to the post game and it was some of the most swear-filled voicemail. You finally said, "Okay, we might be getting in trouble." I think every caller used a swear word.
Yeah, most of them in relation to either Dennis Gates or Jacob Cruz. Yes. If we do not get suspended from YouTube this week, it can never happen. So
folks
we'll see how it goes.
Were not happy. It was, I guess, the worst case scenario, not just bowing out in the first round yet again, but sort of the way they did was kind of an indictment on the way they play.
It was just the same game we've seen, really the last 2 games was awful start. Somehow get back into it at halftime, take the lead in the second half, and then just kind of fall apart down the stretch. And it was, I said after the game, we talked all week about who needed to step up to help Mark Mitchell. The one thing we never really considered was what happens if Mark Mitchell doesn't play well. And the numbers ended up looking good. He hit 3 threes late. He scored a lot of points in the last 5 or 6 minutes, but it was kind of done at that point. In the 35 minutes where that game was determined, Miami kind of took him out of the game, and Missouri's just not equipped to deal with that.
To some of us, when we watch Missouri play, it looks like there really isn't much of a game plan. There's just kind of random street ball. Yeah. Is that too harsh, or is there some truth to that?
I mean, I think that's too harsh. I don't deem myself a basketball expert, especially sitting at court level. Like, you can't see everything that's going on, and I'm not one of these people who goes back and watches the game 2 and 3 times to dissect it, because I just don't find it to be a valuable use of my time. Some people do, and that's great. But the offense, I think it very much was a one-on-one offense this year. Now, that does not mean that there are not plays involved, right, to get Mark Mitchell or Tio Barrett a drive or to get Jaden Stone a shot, whatever. There are, and there are more than we realize. But also, I think way more than football, like, basketball isn't a call a play and run the design to play game. It's very much a feel and flow game, and your guys have to make plays. And Missouri just didn't have very many. I mean, that game came down to, in the end, Miami was just as bad as Missouri was for about 30 minutes. But then when it came down, when it was 54-54, Miami had some guys make plays. Malik Renew, Trey Donaldson made some big shots. They made plays. And Missouri just didn't. Jacob Cruz airballed a 3. So did Tio Barrett. They had one possession where they missed 4 layups. They had a 4-on-1 where they not only airballed a layup but didn't get the rebound. I mean, and people take that as me taking all blame off Dennis Gates, and I'm not. He's the coach. He's responsible for the fact that for the second, I mean, they've lost 9 out of their last 10 games played in March. That's a problem. These are the most important games, and your team has come out and not played well in them. You absolutely should be held responsible for that. But, like, you don't win tournament games shooting 35%. Missouri got absolutely abused on the glass, which I expected going into that game. And I said they were going to have to make up for it by making some shots and not turning the ball over a lot. They didn't turn the ball over a ton, but Mitchell had 5, and they shot 35%. You're not winning a tournament game against a decent team shooting 35%.
Dennis Gates rarely cracks in terms of media or preseason. He kind of has the same message and mantra, but I felt like Friday night he was a little more aware of some of the noise or the frustration of the fan base.
It's been that way for about a month. I mean, I wrote on Friday night, well, really Saturday morning. The last month he has struck me as a coach angling for an extension publicly, stating all the good things and all of that. Look, that's okay, but I agree with you. He also has sounded like a guy who, for the first time in 4 years, hears some of the noise. And that's human nature. I don't know how you avoid hearing the noise in this day and age unless you're just, unless your phone is nothing more than an actual phone. It's bound to seep through, and it's bound to cause some frustration because while some of the criticism is fair, some of it certainly isn't and is over the top. So I agree with you. Whether that's a good, bad, or indifferent thing, I don't know. And we've talked a lot about Dennis's press conferences, and I don't know about you. There were 3 times in a 12-minute press conference that I legitimately thought to myself, oh, no, please don't say that because now I have to write it, and I know how mad they're going to be about it. And rightfully so with some of it. And the press conferences don't matter when you're winning at a high enough level. When you are not winning at a level that is high enough for fans to ignore everything else, the press conferences matter. It's what got Eli Drinkwitz through being 17 and 19 through 3 years. Like, the recruiting was good, but the PR was really good too. He understands how to do the messaging. And whether Dennis doesn't know how to do it, doesn't care how to do it, doesn't want to do it, whatever, he's not particularly good at the messaging part of it right now. And because he isn't winning at that level, it's an issue with some of the fans.
What are the types of things that he was saying that made you feel that way?
Well, he said, the first of all, his opening statement, 3 sentences in, it became about officiating and injuries. And while some of it's true, fans, officiating is a really weird thing. Every fan base that loses a game complains about it. And that's okay, but they don't want to hear the coaches do it, and they don't want to hear the media do it as an excuse. And the injuries, while there is some truth to it, he said, our season didn't really start until New Year's. Well, I'm sorry, no, you have to recruit a roster that can sustain an injury or two. And B, that was 2.5 months ago. You were healthy. I mean, Honor Boateng and Javon Porter, in my opinion, were not changing this team in March. So I think that's a little hollow. But the one that really I thought was pretty, fans are upset about it, and they should be. Somebody asked him what he would take or what he would remember about the season or something, and he said, and this is close to a direct quote, maybe not exact, but he said, I'm hard on myself. I'm critical of myself coaching, and I don't think any coach could have gotten this team where it is from where we were in December, and so I pat myself on the back for that. Now, the next sentence was, ultimately, I wanted to win the national championship, and we didn't, so I failed, and he did take blame in that press conference, but I knew coming out of that press conference that it was going to be those 2 sentences that everybody kind of latched onto.
Do you think we overestimated the talent now that we've had a whole season to look at the Burns, the Pierces, and the Crews? I'm trying to remember what was expected here. I think we thought they were a fringe tournament team, didn't we, kind of going in?
Yeah. I don't think we overestimated the talent. I think it's possible they did. Yeah. Jacob Cruz, Gates said he wanted him to make 100 threes. Now, he led the team, but he made 56, and he was really no factor down the stretch. And I know a lot of people were really mad at how much he played on Friday night, but the alternative was Trent Pierce, who was giving you nothing. And so Trent Pierce had a better year than last year, but still came and went way too often. Anthony Robinson, we've talked over and over about how he didn't have the year that was expected. And so T.O. Barrett then picked it up for a little bit. But in his last 5 games, he averaged 7.4 points a game. He shot 30% from the field, and he did not make a three-pointer in the last 5 games. And the irony is, if you'd gotten the Anthony Robinson you got Friday night, this whole season might have gone differently. But you didn't get that. And when you got that and you got Jaden Stone back, then you got Jacob Cruz not making a shot, and you got Mark Mitchell being limited by the opposition. And I think that had a lot more to do with Miami than it did with Mark, but whatever, it happened. So this team they had 7 guys, and on any given night, they usually had 3 or 4 that didn't play well, and there just wasn't much margin for error. I think this team ended up about where the talent says they should end up, but the frustration, I think, with that is in year 4, with a player like Mark Mitchell, you would have liked to see a team with enough talent to end up better than that.
Yeah, Barrett and Cruz together had 0 points the other night, and they both average about 8. If they both get their 8, they're right there. Yeah,
Barrett, Cruz, and Pierce combined to go 2 for 22. You can't win a game that way.
Mm-hmm.
Not against. I mean, you can beat. Evangel College that way. You can't win an NCAA tournament that way.
So clearly built around Mark Mitchell. He was the focus this year. What are you building around next year? Is it the incoming recruits, the high school kids?
Yeah, it's Jason Crow. I mean, he's the centerpiece of this team. He is. If Missouri fans need to hope he is a one and done, because that is certainly the goal. If he is not a one and done, things didn't go probably as well as you want them to. He's not going to take 40 shots a game like he does in high school, but he is going to have the ball a lot. I would assume he leads this team in field goal attempts. And, basketball recruiting is weird, like, especially because of what Missouri went through under Kim Anderson and Konzo Martin and the way they recruited. Like, Missouri fans would see a top 100 kid and think, oh, well, that's a star. Not in basketball, it's not. In basketball, it's about top 20 to 30 have a chance to be stars in year 1. And after that, there's a pretty big drop-off, and you're taking guys who have a lot of potential, but, it's probably going to take year 2 or year 3. Crow is a guy that I don't think you can expect him to be Darius Acuff, because I don't think people expected Darius Acuff to be that. But I think you absolutely expect him to be a guy that probably scores at least 15 a game and is the centerpiece of this team offensively. You're going to bring back Pierce, you're going to bring back Barrett, and you're going to bring back Burns, I think. And beyond that, I think there are questions about who comes back and how much they help. It leaves you somewhere between 2 and 5 spots in the transfer portal, and I think you need at least 2 high-impact players with those spots.
If Crow is one of the top players in the country, maybe the top, what do you suppose they had to pay to get him?
7 figures, for sure. Yeah. I don't know exactly, but certainly I would feel comfortable saying it's at least $1 million.
Nice.
And probably higher than that.
Wouldn't it be weird if, like, the freshman at Mizzou is driving a Range Rover and he lives next door to Drinkwitz? Like, he's going to practice, he's got class.
He could. I'm sure he could.
I mean, yeah, it's a different world, guys. But that's what it takes. Quentin Coleman is out there from St. Louis. He's somewhere around top 30 in the country, and I think the price tag for him will probably be similar to that. That's what it takes these days.
Wow. It's unbelievable. Mizzou next season, kind of a make or break year, really program-wise. And I think we talked about it on Friday. It's not Gates' fault that Konzo didn't win in the tournament, that Haight didn't win in the tournament, but it's just kind of hanging over the program. I even felt I was in the locker room. I felt like the kids kind of knew for the fan base and just for it was one game, but for the program itself, it's until they win in the tournament, it's just going to still be there. Even, let's say they're even having a good January next year, we'll still say, well, we'll see. It's all going to still be judged, don't you think, on their tournament play?
Yeah, and I know I'm an outlier, in how I view this. I think I wrote this weekend, I think the tournament should be like a final exam that's worth like 40 to 50% of your grade. Most fans view it as a final exam that's worth 95% of your grade. Fair or not? I mean, like, Missouri had a better season than Texas did this year. Not by a lot, but by a little bit. But Texas is still playing and Missouri isn't. And so there's very much a perception that Texas had a far better season because they won 2 games at the right time. And so what I think the key is there is, so far Missouri has gotten in the tournament, but it has never felt like a team that had a chance. Like, I didn't look at any of the 3 tournament teams and think that's a team that's likely to be playing on the second weekend. So I think next year, like, if he goes in as a 4 seed and he loses a tough game in the second round to a 5 seed, hey, that happens. I refuse to say you have to be in the Sweet 16 for next year to be a success. But I think you have to put yourself in a position where when the tournament starts, we can look at it and say, I can reasonably see them in the Sweet 16. I maybe even expect it. Now, look, like Gonzaga didn't get there this year, right? Florida didn't get there this year. But those teams had good seasons. They put themselves in position to. And if you consistently put yourself in position to, you're sometimes going to get there. If you're a 3 or a 4 seed, well, your first tournament game, you don't have to play that well to win, right? You can get upset, but you're probably going to win because you're playing a worse team. Gates has been a 6 seed, a 7 seed, and a 10 seed. That means you are playing someone who is more or less just as good as you. If you play 10 games, maybe it's 6-4, and that means if they catch you on the wrong day, you're going to get beat, which has happened.
Gabe DeArmond, PowerMizzou.com for all things Mizzou. Is spring football, are we done? We wrapped up with spring football?
Yeah, it ended on Thursday. They had pro day on Friday. I managed to get through the year get through the spring without attending. So
nice.
That's good. That's success for me when it comes to spring football.
All right, well, enjoy a little downtime and go Royals.
All right, guys. Appreciate you. Have a good one.
All right, thank you, Gabe.
Disappointed he just abandoned me for the last 2 weeks.
He gave up.
Whatever.
Yep, he gave up.
Just gave up on him.
I know. You got the show's way better now, anyway.
Clip that.
A lot of people think so.
Playing that at 7:01 tomorrow. All right, Gabe DeArmond, PowerMizzou.com for all things Missouri football, basketball. They cover it inside and out. I saw him and Drew King both down there on Friday night. And again, if you just want a few laughs, you might want to go back and listen to the post game. Because I swear every voicemail was just beep, beep, although it was not beeped out. Made it more enjoyable. Guys, the goal is to see progress, and Mizzou has not shown that. That's from the 618. Well, it's going to be, there's a lot on a freshman next year, right? Jason Crow to say he's the full, and I understand it. This is kind of like the MPJ thing when you got a superstar recruit, but it's not his fault that they haven't been winning in March for quite some time, but it's going to be, wow, this kid, he not only should be good, he has to be good.
Yeah.
Or great, probably.
For me, I want the goal to be competitiveness. I want them to be competitive every year. And when you get in the tournament, have a chance to win. Right. Play well and have a chance to win. You're going to get beat sometimes, of course. Half the teams do get beat in the first round.
Right.
But just be there and have a chance. I don't think they have to be a top 10 team for me to be satisfied.
Don't get
but just
blown out when you bow out.
Right.
Yeah.
And more often than not, in fairness, Dennis Gates' team have been competitive.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes even more than that. Sometimes obviously less than that with the 0-18 season, but by and large, they have been competitive.
Yeah. 0-18, not so much.
I'm ready for the next statement when you have the Illinois writer on to talk about them being in the Sweet 16. That's from Illini Lance. How about on Wednesday when Jeremy Rutherford's here? JR used to be the beat writer for the Illini. Does that count?
I think it does.
We'll ask JR his thoughts on the Illini advancing to the Sweet 16.
Late game on Thursday. Not great.
How late?
9 o'clock.
I don't like that. Means it really is more like 9:15-ish.
Yeah.
That's
Iowa,
tough.
Nebraska is the lead-in.
Battle of the Corn.
Put it on Big Ten Network. Yeah, how about that? Iowa, Nebraska. Illinois, Houston in the night game.
I don't know why they don't move everything up at least an hour. Because you lose so many viewers on the East Coast especially.
Right, especially on a weeknight.
Yeah. And if you're just talking about moving it up early, so you're starting at 5 or 6, people would be okay with that, I think. Most people are off work by that time.
Well, they find a way to watch those day games on Thursday, Friday, don't they?
Uh-huh.
Some way, somehow. The other Thursday games, Purdue, Texas, that's the first one at 6 o'clock. That's on Doug, you don't have to do a 6 o'clock sports that night because Purdue,
Well,
Texas.
no, because I've been retired for 5 years.
But
why,
sure? Do you think it's like a West Coast bias that they have these?
A West Coast bias that I retired?
No, that they have these late games to appease to the people in Rancho Cucamonga.
Maybe. I mean, the early game is Texas-Purdue. That starts at 6:10 our time.
Yeah.
So that's still 7:10 Eastern.
Right.
And the late one's starting at 11 o'clock Eastern time.
Well,
why would you want that?
The Billiken Thursday game was, like 9:20? It was 10:20 in Buffalo.
Yeah.
If you're watching in New York, I wouldn't mind seeing this SLU team play. It's 10:30 and it's 2-0. You're like, well, we got a ways to go.
And you're even outside of prime time at that point. I'm sure these games do big ratings, but you're not even in prime time anymore.
The line of the night was the Prairie View A&M coach. Did you see the halftime or the sideline interview? Yeah. They're playing Florida, and they said, Coach, what kind of adjustments do you need to make? He said, we need an act of God. Because they were up against it. I hope people ask Purdue about playing a Cinderella like Texas. The 11 seed, Doug. They're still dancing.
Yeah.
And they came through that first 4, so they won 3 games.
I think a school like Texas can't ever be considered a Cinderella.
No, I know. I'm kidding.
In any sport.
Right. That's what's laughable about it. They're the 11 seed. They're the, quote, underdog or Cinderella that's left. It's the second year in a row that only the Power Fives have advanced.
Wow. Take me to the Balkans, please.
The great Bill Raftery. It's TMA brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. We are in the 9 o'clock hour, which is the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. We had the 8 o'clock busy. Boy, Doug, the phone lines. We had Monty calling in about his baseball career at Westminster.
Hit 242 one year.
And then he was reminded that Westminster was ragdolled by Chairman Kurt's squad over at Webster. But we also had Chris Kerber, Brad Thompson, the 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Fisher Window and Door Store. You can text into the show throughout. Oh, we got a Bassmasters update, too. Our Bassmaster, he would like to provide Monday updates.
Yeah. If they miss anything, Martin, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, but it's all the podcast presented by Schaefer Door, something I know Doug knows a lot about.
Yeah. I do. I've had him on at my house.
Taking charge.
Because I had a problem once, but I don't have it anymore because Jason Gosro and his crew got out there and they got it fixed. And that's what they'll do for you at Schaefer Door. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. That's what I have. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and they are versatile. And Schaefer Door has that special Monday morning standby service for doors that break over the weekend. That's nice. If you run a business or warehouse and have those big, tall, giant doors, Schaefer is experienced in those types of jobs as well. The business has multiple family members that have worked there for many years, big enough to get any kind of job done, small enough that you talk with a real person when you give them a jingle. And their service techs are not commission-based, so they're not going to try to sell you a whole new door if and you don't need it. Their website is SchaeferDoor.com. Only one F in Schaefer. SchaeferDoor.com, or you could call or text them at 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
All right, I found some rankings that are favorable to the Cardinals going into. How about that? We'll get into that.
Okay.
On the other side of the break, but Papers, maybe some business before that, or did you have?
No, let's take a break.
I was trying to read the room there. Okay, you ready for a break? Okay.
Yeah, let's take a break.
Raise your hand if you want to go to break. Okay.
Yeah, right.
We're in agreement. TMA brought to you by Brown and Crouppen, all on 101 ESPN.
You go to VIP and they take care of everything. They are a one-stop shop. And in some instances, people will bring their vehicles to 4 or 5 different places when everything can be done in-house at VIP Auto Accessories. That's Tommy Cibulka and Brian Grigg of VIP Auto Accessories. They have 60-plus employees, and what that allows is quicker turnaround times for you. A stellar reputation. That's why they've been doing it in St. Louis since 1979. They're in the business of making money, and they don't make any money when your truck is sitting on their lot. They're going to take care of it with an old-school approach to business. If they tell you they're going to do it, they're going to do it, and you can count on it. That's VIP Auto Accessories. You can count on them. A one-stop shop. Commercial upfits, graphics, wraps, tint, lift kits, hail repair, ceramic coat, paint corrections and touch-ups, paint protection film, powder coat, wheels, brake calipers. They do it all. They have mostly local customers, but also people from around the country who come to work with them. They do commercial fleets, police cars, and much, much more. They're online at VIPAutoAccessories.com.
What's the theme today, Jackson? Is there a theme?
No.
No theme.
It's just Glowworm. One of my favorite tunes ever.
Yeah, it's for Doug.
Okay. All right, fine.
Wait till you hear this yakety sax.
If you don't like this, there's just something wrong with you.
Is this the licorice stick, you think?
Yes.
No.
Muted trumpets. Oh, there's the licorice stick right there.
Martin, did you play any instruments growing up?
Oh, no. Had guitar lessons, but I think I was about 8 or 9. I was too young to commit to it. If you learn to play the piano when you're a kid, then you're good at other instruments. Like you kind of get music.
You start reading music at an early age.
If you play the piano or the guitar, you can do that for a lifetime. Mm-hmm. But if you take up the tuba after your marching band days, what do you do with it?
Nobody's sitting around the campfire passing the tuba around.
Yeah.
Hey, play a couple of songs.
Listen, no one might care about this, but I watched the Iowa State band perform yesterday during their game, and the trombones had this intricate movement thing where they would go left, right, alternating, and if one of them wasn't, I mean, they have to practice this all day, because if one of them was off, they would catch the trombone right in the face. It was perfect in unison. It was very impressive.
You would think it'd be hard enough just to play the instrument as it was designed to play, much less shaking it around.
Oh, they were up, down, left, right, and all in unison so that they wouldn't hit each other. It was very, very cool.
The bands really do make for college
It's their
basketball.
tournament stuff too,
I mean,
you know.
If you didn't have it in there, it would not be the same.
No, it's all, it goes into the entire experience.
And I got to say, the NCAA, for all the things they get wrong, they run a good tournament.
Really good tournament.
And the Missouri Valley, Mike Kern, Jack Watkins, all these folks that have been doing this for a long time behind the scenes, everything is so efficient. It's unbelievable. And there's signage everywhere, and a lot of it from a media perspective. Then there's weird stuff like I almost took a picture for you guys. No cups. This is from the media area going out to the court. No cups from beyond this point that are not NCAA cups. So they have, like, if you're drinking a Diet Coke, you have to pour it into a little NCAA.
Right.
Yeah.
Because someone would be offended if
I think it's all these sponsor things. Like, they cover up all the things in Enterprise Center that have sponsored logos.
Yeah.
But it's well run. Even the scoreboard, every time there's a TV break, they cut to another game.
Yeah.
Then they'll cut to some women's basketball.
Yeah.
Although they had a couple of things that reminded me of the Rams rules. I think I videoed it for you guys. They said, everyone, raise your left hand. Raise your right hand. Put them both in the air. Now clap. And it was kind of, and then they're like, great job. It was almost as if you were in third grade.
Yeah.
Did a few of those little very G-rated fun for the whole gang. Well, everyone's liquored up and screaming F-bombs at the coach and referees, but the Jumbotron had a lot of G-rated material.
Yeah.
Speaking of, you can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's the email of the day. We get to those next segment, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. And at the end of the month, the top emailer who has won the most daily prizes will get a free garage door installed by our friends at Schaefer Garage Door. How about that?
Yeah.
What are the current standings?
The current standings, Martin? You're asking about the standings?
Doug, I asked about the current standing because we have that poor film student and Chet's neighbor kind of going toe-to-toe.
Yep, and then you got Toby, Average Size Shabangas, Heiser House Hooligan, Shooter McGavin, Buckswell, Blazing Bill, Tom Hershey's Pool, Major Eric Shun, and then We Too Low, all with a piece.
What that? So fire away those emails. The morning after an InsideSTL.com. What's up, fellas? Bassmasters ball bag here. I figured Monday mornings during the Bassmaster Elite season. Doug, we're in the middle of the Bassmaster Elite season.
We are?
Yeah, Doug knows that, though.
Thought I'd give you guys some updates, cover the best sport in America, possibly the world. I could tell Doug was getting all horned up at the thought of a bass fishing competition last week. The Bassmaster Elite Series are at the Tennessee Tom Bigby Waterway. Did you know that, Doug?
I didn't.
The Canadian Corey Johnson looks to hold off the young buck Trey McKinney for Angler of the Year. Catch all the action on Bassmaster.com. Or Thursday, Friday, and then you got FS1, Doug, coverage Saturday, Sunday.
Really?
If you guys talk any more trash on Bassmasters, I'm coming into that Hubbard radio. I'm spanking Jackson with my fishing rod.
Now, that's a threat.
Yeah.
We've been
Take
threatened.
it serious. Anywho, have a great day, fellas. In tight lines.
Do the
I guess that's a fishing-ism.
Like hit them straight?
Hit them straight.
Tight line. Do the fish bite this time of year in this area?
Well,
You're looking directly at me, and I've caught maybe 6 total fish in my life.
Just seems like it's, if you give it another month or two, maybe the fishing would be better around here.
Well, it sounds like they're down at the Tennessee Tom Bigby Waterway. Why don't you ask them?
All right.
Okay.
I should know better, but I'm not much of a bass master myself.
We've got a lot of insiders out there. Gabe, and now the Bassmaster guy.
Yeah, well, we have experts everywhere.
We do.
It's nice to be able to tap into that.
Doug, there's a new poll out, and it's about the most disrespectful MLB fans. Analysis was done. Yeah. Here are some of the categories they used to determine the most disrespectful fan base. So they surveyed over 3,300 MLB supporters. Questions like, have you ever cut in line to buy food or drink while watching a game? Have you ever insulted the fans of an opponent?
This has got Yankees and Mets written all over it, doesn't it?
Have you ever insulted the fans of an opponent while watching or attending a game? The other one was online.
I'm going to say it, and I'm going to tell you the truth. That's why you hit the play button. He's an embarrassment.
What was that about?
I think it was Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, that's right. His weight.
Stop. Stop the fast food. Do a sit-up. Do something.
There's a take going after Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, right. He's got it coming.
Have you ever spit food on a drink or spit? Have you ever spit food or drink on a fan of your favorite team's opponents?
Oh, gosh.
Chairman Kurt's whole neck almost came out of his socket when he heard spit.
It says, have you ever spit food or a drink on a... Jesus.
And which team came in first in this?
It's got to be the Yankees, Mets, or Red Sox.
No, these are cumulative, so I'm giving you...
Could you imagine your reaction if you were watching a game and an opposing fan took a bite of a hot dog and spit it all over you? You'd have to fight them.
How can the answer even be yes to that?
I think we take for granted how well-behaved people are here.
Right.
Well, it's pretty tame.
That's what we're getting towards.
The stadiums here are pretty tame.
Yeah.
Pretty well-behaved fans.
Have you ever stood for an extended amount of time while attending or watching a game despite blocking other people's views?
They can get into
now we're getting more into the Cardinal. We're probably not spitting on people. We might stand up a little extended.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Welcome back.
Yeah. So
Ryan Terrio, welcome back.
Did they comprehensively break all this down to get the most disrespectful fan bases?
Yes.
Okay. I'm curious to see the rankings.
The most disrespectful, and there were other categories, but you get the idea. The Chicago White Sox.
They're the most disrespectful.
With a cumulative score of 95.
Is there anyone there?
Those two guys will really spit and stand in your way.
Per capita, it's not as bad.
The Yankees came in at number 2.
Sure.
Surprisingly, Doug, the Miami Marlins were third most disrespectful.
Really?
That Marlins man, he won't sit down.
Yeah.
But I don't think Lawrence will spit on you.
No.
Diamondbacks are 4th.
Really?
Red Sox 5th.
See that?
Yeah. Mets didn't get in there?
Phillies?
How about that? No. Got to keep scanning on down.
Yeah, so the best fans in baseball.
So the Cardinals were the 4th most respectful.
Now we're talking.
How about that? See what I'm saying?
Oh,
give yourself a round of applause.
I would think so.
You wanted something to hang your hat on for this season. 4th most respectful, topped only.
I think people are very well behaved at Busch Stadium.
Well, let's try to guess the top 3. I guess the Royals are going to be in there.
There are a few behind the Cardinals in terms of respectful.
Most
3 fan bases.
3
that are in this particular survey.
Canadian nice.
Toronto, just a couple behind. Brewers and Blue Jays just right behind the Cardinals.
Okay, all right.
But 3 are considered more respectful, according to this survey. 3,300 fans.
3 are more respectful.
How about Cincinnati?
No.
Huh.
Minnesota Twins.
Okay.
Minnesota nice.
Yeah, Minnesota
most
nice.
respectful. Pirates and Padres.
Okay.
Pirates, Padres, Twins, and then the Cardinals.
They're kind of obnoxious in San Francisco.
Really?
I was doing a live shot there once, and the fans, as they were walking past me, the game had just ended or something, one guy comes up, gets right in my face, and starts yelling at me because I'm from St. Louis, home of Monsanto, and they put some pesticide. He didn't like Roundup.
Oh, wow.
Really let me have it.
Do you think he was maybe like the Zodiac Killer?
I don't know.
You should have asked him. That should have been your retort.
But there is some nastiness in San Francisco.
Oh, sure.
The fan base. Not just that guy, but
no,
other
yeah.
people too.
I'm sure there's pockets everywhere of nastiness, and then by and large, pretty respectful.
But you don't see much going on at Busch Stadium.
No, it's rare.
You know, people are really. You can take kids there and not think that the guy right behind you is going to drop F-bombs the whole game and get crazy drunk.
And usually, fans who come from opposing teams are usually pretty kind. I don't know. Baseball just seems like such a laid-back atmosphere that the idea of being a jerk in a non-playoff atmosphere would be like, you'd really stand out. Whereas like a football game or a basketball game.
Hockey.
Yeah, that's like a much more, the nature of the sport would lead to something like that. Baseball, it's like you're just kind of being a jerk.
I can't stand B-fib. Dorky B-fib, insufferable.
Oh, heaven.
Eric in the Central West End.
You don't like people that are well behaved?
I have never heard of your team.
Sharon Clayton, the worst behaved I've ever been as a fan after the infamous hand pass during that Shark series. Myself and everyone around me was irate. I couldn't control myself. I threw a drink cup of ice. No, I threw my drink cup on the ice.
Really?
While screaming choice words. Other than friendly chirping, I've never been rude to an opposing fan near me, at least not to their face. So I actually threw a cup of soda, beer, whatever, on the ice.
That gets you thrown out of the building.
That gets you thrown out.
Yeah, 100%. You can't throw someone onto the field to play.
Wow. City SC fans suck. You don't need to stand the whole game. It's freaking soccer from the 636. I did have seats one time, and they were in the corner, kind of near the supporter section, but they're in the corner. We're in like the 4th or 5th row, which people said, oh, those aren't as good as you think. I said, why? They said, they stand the whole time. So for part of it, I just sat down. I'm like,
because there's so darn much action going, you couldn't possibly sit.
It's fine. You want to stand. I can't do it the whole game.
No.
And that was the game. One of the guys standing in front of me did the entire play-by-play the whole game. But more opinion play-by-play.
Yeah, like takey.
Yeah, he was saying, what are you doing? No, don't pass it there. Oh, come on. The entire time.
I want to see these guys. I can't stand this team. They got no balls. Okay? I want team with balls. I want guys with balls.
I think some fans think that they're better fans if they stand.
Right.
Look at me. I'm a great fan. I'm standing. It doesn't make you any better. It just means the guy behind you can't see.
Sure.
And if something big happens, stand up by all means. But for most of the game, if everyone just sits, then everyone can see. You can yell and scream and clap while you're sitting.
Mm-hmm.
Big moment, sure, stand up.
Yeah.
But not the whole game.
Right.
Clarification from Sharon. The game was over, dorks.
Oh.
We were all leaving.
You didn't say that.
There were many who threw stuff.
Oh, yeah, then it's absolutely appropriate to throw things on the ice.
Then it's okay.
Yeah, right.
Thanks for clarifying.
Yeah, it's totally cool.
Didn't Plowsy light somebody up once right after a game and get in trouble?
That sounds about right. If I know Plowhawk.
He had some choice words for some team's backup goaltender down there.
Oh, that's right.
That might have been the night he was hammering beers with Carlos Martinez.
He bought a beer for Carlos Martinez and was later kicked out.
Of all the people you want to go after, it's the guy on the other team.
Buying people
play.
drinks.
That was so funny. And I think this might have been like 920 era, and he was buying drinks for the multi-million-dollar Cardinal pitcher.
Plowsy's eating government cheese, buying drinks for a guy making $13 million a year.
Who he probably ripped at some point in that year about his performance.
The next day.
Oh, one of a kind.
Detached garage throwing a drink on the ice while cursing. Someone St. Charles is showing. That's from Arbor Day.
That's not nice.
Who earlier was, there were a bunch from Doug. He was calling into question you being just the old grouchy guy. Sorry.
No.
But Arbor Day has struck.
Okay.
Somebody wanted to know where the Cubs were in that ranking. The Cubs fan base, the most disrespectful, they were number 9. I don't know if that's because of the standing or the spitting.
Yeah.
I've not been to a White Sox game.
No.
For them to be the worst fans? The most
That's surprising.
disrespectful fans?
That's surprising. You know who's a respectful tax lawyer? Mark Milton.
Mark Milton, yeah. He's never going to spit at you or anything like that. He will file your taxes. He'll do that. Or he'll get you out of trouble with the IRS. That's really where his specialty is. If you got years of unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments keeping you up at night, maybe worse, you're facing IRS criminal investigation. If so, you should contact STL tax lawyer Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com. Mark Milton and stltaxlawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Mark started his legal career with the Department of Justice in Washington, D.C., where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country and even received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. And now Mark Milton helps individuals and businesses, small businesses, solve their tax problems right here in St. Louis. So if you have any kind of IRS issue or you need your taxes done, Mark Milton is there for you. Contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, I am not guilty. I am with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
You guys asked the old Royals first base coach about the White Sox fans. That's right. We had fans running on.
That's right.
Was it a father-son?
Yeah, I think so.
There was a first base coach attacked, and then there was a umpire attack. Weren't they both at the White Sox stadium? The questions, have you ever stood in front of people, ever been mean to, have you ever attacked an umpire on the field?
I'm thinking about like a lawyer doing a commercial. Like, I know a lot of the other guys, they'll spit on you when you come in.
Sure, that's why you go to Mark Milton. He won't spit.
You come in, you just get spit on. You're tired of getting spit on.
This is a no spitting section.
Couldn't be me.
Don't they have a peanut free section?
Just a client who's just so tired of being spat on.
Stuff going. After a while, you just say, I'm going to find someone else. That's why you go to Mark Milton. He will not spit on you. He'll flat out file your taxes.
It is the most degrading human act.
It's brutal.
Now, cutting in line, you shouldn't do that.
Yeah, we don't kink shame. But
I wouldn't cut in line on it. I mean,
yeah, that's just really disrespectful. Spitting is like that's an act of violence.
Yeah.
Have you ever insulted the fan of an opponent? Everybody, sure.
You know,
it says online, then that's everybody.
Right. I consider like cutting in line to the same level as when you hold the door open for somebody and they don't say thank you. I think it's one of the most disrespectful things you can do. Like, it's my job to hold this door open.
When they
for
don't, you should say, you're welcome.
Right. It's like really, it's just like,
or just spit on them.
If you're on the phone or something, like you can give like a little nod or something, I get that. But if you just walk in and don't say anything and you obviously recognize that I'm holding the door open for you, that's just like,
you have
bottom,
to say you're welcome to let them know that
that's just bottom of the barrel kind of humanity there.
Have you ever trash talked your team's opponent on their social media account?
Yeah, a lot of people would be guilty of that.
Text in, also email in. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. The Design Air email of the day. We'll roll through those next. The winner in the competition, getting late in March here. You're in the competition then for a free garage door. How about that? Brought to you by Schaefer Garage Door. We're in the 9 o'clock hour. It's the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. TMA brought to you by Brian and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. almost gave the time. Did we do the time here?
9:56 in
Okay,
St.
it's
Louis.
9:56.
Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers.
How about that? I think Tim will tell you it's 7 o'clock in St. Louis, except for a couple of times we came on late. I think he still said it was 7 o'clock. And then people were 3 minutes late all day.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but it's 9:56. Doesn't matter. It's time for the email of the day. It's brought to you by Design Air. Design Air Heating and Cooling is a fourth-generation family-owned business. Love the fact that it stayed in the family all these years, because it does happen. If you have a business that's successful, sometimes you get an out-of-town buyer to keep the name on the company. But over time, the service just kind of drops off. Well, Design Air still family-owned. Seth Goldkamp, fourth generation, running Design Air Heating and Cooling. And this time of year, what a weird time. I mean, you probably have the heat on today. Thursday, it's going to be 90. You'll probably have the AC on. You may have flipped it on already this season. Get yourself a little maintenance, a little tune-up before that air conditioner is running full tilt. You can do it by setting up an appointment at designairservice.com. That's the website to go to for this great company that has sponsored TMA longer than anyone. For all your heating and cooling needs year-round, it's designairservice.com. And now, Papers with music and words.
Can we all agree that Paper's mysterious ticket benefactor might be none other than billionaire philanthropist Bruce Wayne? It makes sense. Jackie has always been the Robin to Bruce's Batman. He's got that sidekick material written all over that beautiful, innocent face. M-I-Z-Z-O, nope, not again. Say it with me now. One and done, we're no fun. Final four, no, not one. On to the winners. ILL-INI, baby. MCA, 80 Rock, Mike D is chill. What time is it? It's time to get ILL. So you're saying there's a chance? Like my third date with my future wife? Hell yeah, there's a chance. You just got to show some manners, show a little class, and believe. That's from Bro Fallon. Still trying to stay funky, bracket busted, but got the brass monkey.
Bro Fallon.
Hey, boys. What a first weekend of madness. Who do you all have winning? Hey, Doug, want to see how my bracket is doing? Cool. Stand up, drop your pants.
Who was that? Who was that, Jackson?
That's Jason DBA Blazin' Bill.
Okay, Blazin' Bill, you just got yourself suspended for those comments. You got yourself suspended a period of 2 days' time, and your name as we speak will go right into the Appliance Discounters suspension logule. No, it won't feel good. It leaves a mark.
Yeah. It's not designed to feel good.
No.
Happy opening day week. I watched Field of Dreams over the weekend to get into the mood. Shoeless Joe seems innocent of the gambling scandal, but I found it interesting that those other Black Sox players got a free pass to come play too. When Field of Dreams 2 drops in 20 years, how will it feel when Guardians closer Emmanuel Clase steps onto the magical field, or when Shohei Ohtani's interpreter comes out of Kevin Costner's corn? Or maybe in the sequel, the voice would say, if you build it, he will come, and show our farmer an AM radio station in the middle of his crops. He'll build the studio, and an apparition of Iggy would wander in post-cigarette and tell stories of threesomes past. You can just hear the officially licensed AI of James Earl Jones saying, people will listen, Ray. They'll listen to TMA for reasons they can't even fathom. St. Louis sports has been erased like a blackboard, rebuilt and erased again. But TMA has marked the time. It's part of our past, Ray. It's from the Poor Film Student.
Poor film student.
It was so embarrassing. Finishing way too fast. In my defense, he was so damn hot. Anywho, we were making out when the khakis got me so excited. It was over before it started.
Kevin Miller.
He said, I got a tip for you. When in doubt, call the timeout. Sincerely, he'll be driving a convertible LeBaron round the mountain when he comes, the a.k.a. Major Eric Shun.
Yeah, it was Kevin Miller.
And not very well written, if I have to be honest.
Well, Kevin Miller. Major Eric Schoon. Kevin Miller.
Okay. The world will tell you that taking a +1 to a March Madness party is wrong, but I don't want to be right. Chet was our +1 to March Madness house party we got invited to over the weekend. I don't think it's wrong to wear a crop top mesh shirt when it's upper 80s. I don't think it's wrong to let the homeowner's dog lick wing sauce off your fingertippies. I don't think it's weird to take a nap in the homeowner's bed after one too many Cosmos. I don't think it's weird to guzzle down some butter-basted brats without biting them. And most of all, I don't think it's weird to turn the lights off in the basement with all the dads watching games and offer to play spin the bottle or guess whose groin musk is on my phone.
Who wrote that?
Chet's neighbor.
No,
What a
he
tattletale.
smoothed things over by piercing a couple of the other dads. Okay, Chet's neighbor.
Chet's neighbor, you got yourself suspended today, my friend. You got
In the
yourself
running
suspended
for email of the month and
period of
suspended.
2 days'
Big
time,
doings.
and I'm going to hit you with a 10% tariff. Won't feel good. Not designed to.
Morning, boys. I miss Tim. When are we going to hear his succulent voice grace our airwaves again? Need some advice. My girl decided to make a top 10 glizzy at the turn for public courses list, but I don't know how I feel about her enjoying multiple other hot dogs at every course. What's some advice? I don't want to course cuck, but this list may be groundbreaking and help out other hot dog enjoyers. We finally, after 5 weeks of denial, Jackson to admit SLU is better than Mizzou this year after the embarrassing display of semi-pro basketball at the home of our other semi-pro hockey team that's doing a worse job than the Minnesota Vikings when they were tanking for Teddy. What an embarrassment. Anyway, keep up the good work, boys. That's from Drew from the Lou.
Oh, Drew from the Lou.
That's what we got, Doug.
Okay.
That's what we have for the Design Air email of the day. Winner announced at the end of this hour, 10 o'clock hour. Look at that. We just rolled right into the 10 o'clock hour. TMA. Martin, Doug, Jackson with you, Chairman Kurt. Talking to Billiken, putting a cap on the season. SLU losing on Saturday to Michigan. But wrapping up a fun ride. We'll talk to Ryan Luechtefeld, also our buddy James Carlton in the house. A lot to get to here on the Monday edition of The Morning After.
If you are a TMA listener, you know that the Appliance Discounters sponsored Doug's suspension logule. And TMA listeners, Appliance Discounters has an exclusive deal just for you. Come in today and receive an instant 5% rebate off their next appliance purchase. That's right, 5% instant savings off their already low prices. In addition to the 5% instant rebate, you can receive other factory rebates, some up to $1,500 direct from the manufacturer. Now you know why they are called the Appliance Discounters. Huge savings, locally owned, next day delivery, 18 months interest-free financing, all from the #1 largest family-owned appliance retailer in St. Louis. Visit any of their 7 area locations. They're in Afton, they're in Baldwin, they're in Concord Plaza, they're in Earth City, they're in Maplewood, they're in St. Charles, or you can shop online at theappliancediscounters.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. The Timberwolves defeat the Celtics 102-92, and as Illinois makes it to the Sweet 16, former Illini Aya DeSumo shines with 17 points, 8 rebounds, and 6 assists in that victory. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct.
Monday tradition rolls on. James Carlton in the house. Carlton State Farm Insurance. CarltonInsurance.net, right?
CarltonInsurance.net.
How about that?
Nailed it.
Mizzou guy through and through. We just said goodbye to Gabe and kind of the end of basketball, the end of football. There's a little bit of a. I think, did they win the chess championship? People were texting in about that.
I did see that.
Did Gabe do a post game? That would be great. You were not at the Mizzou game on Friday, right, Coach?
I was not. I was out of town actually. While I was berating my 6-year-old in the men's room in Lambert, a gentleman said, "Hey, are you James Carlton?" And I go, "Yes." He goes, "I'm Jackson's brother."
Yeah.
Oh, really?
My brother texted me. Yep.
Whoa.
He said he
Yeah.
was fired
What a
up to
small
see
world.
you. Yep.
I guess I have one of those recognizable voices. What do you think in like the Mount Rushmore of recognizable voices, Doug? Who would you put in there?
St. Louis or
in all
anywhere?
time. Let's go all time.
Oh.
Caller Douglas.
Yes, that's a great
right
call.
up there.
How about Walter Cronkite?
Okay.
I think Morgan Freeman.
I was thinking him. He narrates so many things.
Yeah, and John Facenda, the old NFL Films guy.
Oh, yeah. Is he in the Hall of Fame for those voiceovers?
I don't know. Probably not enough people know him.
Gilbert Godfrey.
That's a good one. I mean, locally, obviously, Jack Buck.
So many people do a Christopher Walken impression that I think he's up there.
Harry Carey would be up there, probably.
Well, there's our Mount Rushmore.
And James Carlton. And Douglas. So Jackson's brother recognized you just by your voice?
I think so. Yeah, because we never met before.
You didn't have a jersey on that said Coach Carlton
Yeah,
or
right.
James Carlton.
Yeah, right.
I am James.
I did have Mizzou gear on. I was all psyched up for the tournament, but short-lived. It's been a while since I was really, really, excited for a team that had a meaningful run. I guess the 19 Blues. That was incredible. Obviously, I don't know if anything will top that. But as a kid, I had those Rams teams for a few years. The Blues were pretty decent in the late 90s, early 2000s, although they didn't have deep runs. Cardinals then just went on a tear. But it's been a while locally for us to have like a sustained run for any of our teams.
Yeah.
I think if you're Mizzou, you just want to win a game, feel like you were in the tournament instead of just keep getting bounced. So
yes.
It is. I had my math wrong. I took a loss off. I was saying on Friday night that they're now 1-7 in their last 8 tournaments. They're actually 1-8 because they did win that game
against Utah State,
right? So which
you always forget.
But that gets you to the second round, which adds the extra loss,
Yeah,
which was the Princeton game.
Yes.
So 1-8 in their last 9 tournament games. 1-7 in their last 8 first round matchups.
What's the Drake kid's name? That
Bennett Sturts.
Yes, he was like 0 for 10 from 3 yesterday, and Iowa still knocks off Florida.
And he still kept shooting right to the end. Kept shooting.
He made a great play for that open look to win the game.
2 years ago, the coach was at Northwest Missouri. Or Northeast,
Ben McCollum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, 2 years ago.
Yeah. Quick ascension. And now he's screaming at Todd Golden.
I love that.
Oh.
Now he's in the Sweet 16.
How about that?
I was so happy that Iowa beat Florida. I'm so sick of Todd Golden.
He's not up there with the UCLA and UConn coach, though, is he?
No, but he says, I don't like him.
Yeah.
He's
I
always
think it's
screaming
more-
at Coach Calipari. Like, I get you just won the national championship, puff your chest out, but you're dealing with a legend there.
And Hurley, Cronin, a lot of the clips we play, they're kind of combative with the media. I feel like Todd Golden is condescending about opponents.
Yeah.
They played somebody in the SEC tournament. He said, well, we beat them 4 times or whatever. He kind of was mocking the opponent, which is really make you unpopular in your league.
Todd Golden.
Here's something going well for Mizzou, Doug. Do you remember friend of the show, Kay Adams?
Sure. Hey, Kay Adams.
Spotted with Tom Brady as his +1.
Oh, really?
How about that?
She's dating Tom
Mizzou
Brady?
alum is allegedly dating Tom Brady.
Wow.
I had not heard that.
She used to not wait. She was a bartender at Nick's back in the day. That's when I met her.
Manchester?
Yeah, what an ascension.
Yeah.
She's got a show every day on one of the networks.
I think FanDuel Sports. Yeah.
FanDuel Sports. Yep.
Yeah, so Mizzou's got that going for him.
I'll be
Look at this.
darned.
Like, straight out of TMZ, we got James Carlton here with the celebrity buzz.
That's right.
Where was she spotted with Tom Brady?
I don't know. I saw it on the Twitter tweets. I
did
don't know,
you?
But they're all dialed up for something.
They had that flag football game over the weekend on Fox.
God.
Everybody was saying, "What is
Wait,
this?"
wasn't that supposed to be in Dubai or something?
Yes, but I think
there's no
because
way they could have gone
right,
there,
with
right?
the Middle East
Yes.
issues, they decided to play it. I think it was at SoFi. I don't know. It was in L.A.
Was it? Okay.
But flag football on Fox. Like, people was like, "What is going on?"
If you're a girl, would that be like the most eligible bachelor in America?
It's got to be up there, right?
Right up there with some movie star.
Yeah, I
who
mean,
don't know who
Jackson's
that would
guy,
be.
Chalamet. People love that guy.
He's with Kylie Jenner.
How about that, Doug?
Yeah, Doug, he's with Kylie Jenner.
Okay, I didn't know.
You didn't know that?
Speaking of flag football, my son's little flag football for 6 and 7-year-olds starts this evening, and they suggested to wear a mouthpiece.
Yeah, I remember whenever I did like one summer of playing flag football, they always said bring a mouthpiece.
Okay.
And I got made fun of relentlessly for wearing a mouthpiece. In fact, my nickname became Mouthpiece.
Really?
So heads up.
I'll keep it in my pocket just in case. I don't think it's gonna be-
You could get an elbow or something to knock out your front tooth. You
Okay.
don't want that.
I guess
Yeah,
so.
a lot of basketball players have started wearing it too. Because if you're like Steph Curry, famously wears a mouth guard because it's supposed to help in case you are to fall and hit your head.
He wears it and he chews it. Yeah.
Chews it and he's thrown it before too.
Sure.
Yeah,
But he's never spit on anybody.
not that I know of.
No. Those are our fan rankings, James, that were earlier. A lot of suggestions here. What about Tim's voice, guys? Duh.
Yeah, that's true.
Charles Barkley, Sean
Yes.
Connery, Sean Connery, John Madden,
Yeah.
Pee Wee Herman.
I don't know if I'm going that one.
No, I don't like. I
That's
don't
a
like.
kinda
I don't like a lot of those submissions.
Okay, wow.
Yeah, John Madden. I mean, that's a
We're
really.
talking about the
recognizable-
most recognizable voices in the world.
And you got to cut it down to 4, Mount Rushmore?
I think that's
And
how it works.
I'm not taking Douglas off there. So
I
you're,
still
down
like
to,
that
so you're down to 3.
Do we think that was a sketch or a bit?
No, I don't think so. That's what made it better.
Did he call
About
the
Mike
news
Lee?
stations ever as well?
I think he probably did.
Probably did.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then the Blues did, and it would just, and you would wonder, well, are we going to go through all 82?
Oh, it was
Are we gonna-
incredible. Those were incredible days. But yeah, blast from the past. Kay Adams, moving up in the world.
I'll be
Look at
there.
that, James breaking news on
Then they
this
go to
show.
Vancouver.
Yep.
San Jose.
Well, that's all I have for you, Doug.
San Jose. San
Sorry,
Well,
we're
we-
playing the
Oh,
Douglas.
that's right, James.
Doesn't
Doesn't
have
have
hands.
headphones.
I was wondering why we all got quiet.
Well, we were listening to Doug.
You got
We
Ric
like
Flair
celebrity
yourself.
gossip too, though.
Sure, I'll try to bring it every week.
Guys, what about Kevin Harlan? What about the porta potty guy?
Oh,
No.
James Earl Jones.
Harlan's
That's a great one.
Harlan's so good.
Christopher Walken. Harlan's so good at everything, yet he's not the lead guy.
I
Isn't that
know.
weird?
I know.
Not the lead
He's not
football. I guess on Westwood One, on the radio.
Yeah,
he
Westwood
and
One he
Kurt
is.
Warner do like the Super Bowl and things like that. But on basketball, he's so good.
Yeah, he's better than most.
Right.
Most
But isn't it
anybody
weird?
would.
It's kind of
Yeah.
somehow it's never lined up where he was the main guy at the network calling the game.
Jackson, is the game you're looking most forward to the Illinois-Houston game?
Yeah, really looking forward to
That
it.
that seems like that could be a barn burner.
That's going to be sick. Who's St. John's have next? That's one.
Duke.
Yeah, that's going to be a.
Well, and then Arkansas, who I'm really high on, they're running into somebody.
Arizona.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough one to clip.
Yeah.
Because you've been high on them all year.
Arizona is who I have winning it.
Yeah, and I did
That's
that
going
just
to
for
be
your
a
take.
battle. It's going to be a battle.
Yeah, so some good games
A
coming
lot
up.
of chalk, right? I mean,
Yeah, it's very chalky, but I'd say the basketball is at a very high level.
Yeah.
Like if you're watching a tournament and being like, these games are no good, I'd have to question your basketball acumen. But yeah, it certainly doesn't have like a 12, 13, 14 seed running through. I mean, like we said, they have the 11 seed in Texas, but it's Texas.
Which that George Mason Final Four run, it was one of the lowest rated television Final Four games they ever had.
Right, that's
People
the
love
thing.
them early on.
Right.
They don't
And
want to see them go too deep.
Yeah, that's the thing. And ultimately, you're just wanting close, competitive basketball
For sure.
games. And this tournament has delivered. Oh, well, I mean, you'll see the stat where it's been like probably the most blowouts in a tournament, but the games that have been tight have just been awesome. I mean, that Vanderbilt-Nebraska game was as good as it gets.
Yeah, he's barely 6 foot. He's listed as 6 foot.
Tyler
And
Tanner.
he jammed at least 2 that I
Yeah,
saw. I mean, he
he's
can really
awesome.
get up. And man, I mean, to have 2 half quarters rim out like that. That looks so good. That was such a great looking shot. I mean, I wasn't rooting for either team, but that would have been an incredible ending.
Oh, it'd been sweet.
Yeah.
And it looked like he thought it was going in. As soon as he released it, he had that look on his face like, oh, that's got a shot.
Yeah.
And in the moment, it's like in and out. But the slower you look at it,
It's
the closer
worse.
it's
Halfway
starting.
down.
It's going down the
I
cylinder.
mean, it's all the way down.
Iowa, Nebraska. We said the Corn Bowl or something. And then our Nebraska fan said they have bad corn in Iowa. I'm like, okay, sorry.
Didn't know.
Didn't know.
Yeah.
Learn a lot on the
nod to the
show.
Huskers.
Do you buy into this next year? Is I don't know, make or break, but a lot of pressure on Dennis Gates to kind of show something next year? They've been to the tournament 3 out of 4. But there does seem to be increasing angst at how they fade.
Well, I know you guys were talking about Crow, but there's also Bryant,
Tony
and
Bryant, 6'9".
Yeah.
And if you could retain, some of these guys, like Pierce looks like an NBA talent. He just has never been consistent at all. And Burns, I mean, he could be a cheat code if he really figures it out. I mean, as tall as he is. Barrett, who I was so high on 4 weeks ago, I don't know if I would be that disappointed if he chose greener pastures at this point. I mean, he just was non-existent the last 2 weeks.
I think he's 1 year away from being really special. I think the raw stuff is there with him.
Yeah.
He just needs, I'm telling you, that's a guy who, like, whenever his senior year, wherever he's playing, hopefully it's Missouri, I think he's going to be a real difference maker.
Yeah, I can live with that. So, I mean, I don't think he needs to go to the Sweet 16 to keep his job next year, but certainly, have a better non-con and try to get to a 3-4 seed.
Play a better brand of basketball.
Yeah.
2 years ago was a better brand of basketball. That was a lot of fun.
His first year was so much fun to watch.
First year was awesome. Second year was really bad. Third year
was that the year Papers they went winless in the SEC? How is that possible?
That's right.
Yeah.
You always remember that, but you forget the Utah State game. That was bad. The third year they were a really good basketball team. At certain points of the season, they looked like a top 15 team.
Yeah, that Alabama game I remember.
Yeah, that
Absolutely.
was awesome. And then this year, it was kind of like, yeah, they're good, but doesn't really, like, when you watch them, you wouldn't necessarily believe that they're that good. So I think he wants to get back to more of that first and third year kind of vibe around the team, and then the results to follow, obviously.
I'm sure there are coaches all over the country carefully watching every game of this tournament, looking for guys who might fit their system. And,
for sure.
And try to steal them. Maybe somebody doesn't get to play as much as he would if you brought him here or there or somewhere else, and just thinking about, wow, I wonder how much it's going to cost to steal this guy from Nebraska.
I think Josh
Iowa
Schertz
State.
would be someone who's looking around because his style is certainly a little more unique, a little more NBA style of college basketball. I think he's going to be one who's like looking around like, hey, Brady Dunlap's a perfect example. I mean, his former team just beat Kansas to move on to the Sweet 16, but he's really, really effective for SLU.
He's close to a 50% three-point shooter.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And if he doesn't go off in that first half, they're probably buried at halftime against Michigan.
I wonder why he doesn't play more.
Defensively.
He does seem to light it up when he's out there.
Defensively, I think, especially against a team like Michigan, that's the difference is size in so much of the matchups that you'd rather have a guy who could bang a little bit. But
nobody else was stopping him.
But he's shown flashes, Dunlap has, of like the effort is there defensively. What he lacks sometimes in physicality, he makes up for in heart.
I just think if you got a guy who can shoot lights out from three, he's got to play.
Right.
And you're going to have to find a defensive role for him somewhere. But if you got somebody who can score like that, he needs to be out there.
I think that's what
Achilles heel. Yeah.
Schertz did best was just the roster construction, because all those guys that came off the bench the other day, they were carrying them when the bench came in. Otieno had some big moments. I think that's where coaches now are getting really judged too. Is okay, what'd you do in the portal? Does it fit? You know, the pieces that you put together. And maybe that's it with this Mizzou team. It just felt like nothing really fit. Like there was never really a group that you felt good about. Or okay, Stone was good for a little while. And then Barrett was good for a little while.
Right. Consistency was the biggest issue.
That's the word I was looking for, Doug.
Consistency is the biggest issue.
James, in the insurance world, what's the latest buzz? I know we got Kay Adams dating Tom Brady.
Yes.
What's happening?
Yeah, give us a call. We'll talk more about that. Rates is still very, very good. You know, everybody's situation is a little bit different, but please take a few moments. Reach out to us at carltoninsurance.net or call or text 314-961-4800. And within minutes, we can find out, if we can put you in a better situation. We just are very grateful for all of the TMA audience that has reached out over the last 8 or 9 years now, Doug.
Really? That long?
Yeah, it's been you've been
picked up
putting
a
up
few
with
customers?
me for absolutely. We wouldn't be doing this still if we hadn't. As much as I enjoy you guys,
Doug sounds surprised.
Yes,
what, people are listening to this program?
No, and I will say that, to use one of Tim's common terms, the delta of types of people that call in. It's not just men. It's not just 20-somethings. All across the board. Really? I mean, we get listeners that respond, and we're incredibly grateful for it. And like I tell anybody, I mean, it takes a few moments. If it makes sense, great. If it doesn't, we just appreciate the opportunity. So carltoninsurance.net.
James Carlton in studio with us. We'll talk to Ryan Luechtefeld, a little Billiken, putting a bow on the Billiken season. That's next on TMA.
This baseball season, FanDuel is letting you choose your own reward for opening week. Betting customizations that transform how you experience the game. Make your choice, and the reward will be ready to use on your next MLB bet. FanDuel is home of the home runs. Tonight, Martin has a play for you on FanDuel. Well,
The
Martin.
Red Hot Lakers
Okay, all
are
right.
at our adopted team, the Pistons.
Yeah.
I think Detroit's going to get them. Lakers are favored.
Yeah.
-2.5. I'm going to take the Pistons here.
Okay.
To end the streak. I'm going to go with
Pistons
Motorcade.
getting 2.5.
In case
All
Brian
right.
Bartow's listening in Springfield or in
Sure.
transit.
Sure.
I'll go Pistons, and they're getting the points, 2.5.
He's saying that on FanDuel. You ready to play your game? Head to FanDuel.com/local to choose your reward for MLB's opening week. FanDuel, an official partner of the MLB. Must be 21 and present in Missouri. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
NCAA tournament down to 16. Only one double-digit left, right? Texas, the 11. They did play in that first four. Billikens had the rousing win over Georgia on Thursday, then ran into number 1 Michigan on Saturday. Recapping it with us, breaking it down, is Ryan Luechtefeld from Del Mar Mortgage. And Luck, I would say, if you're a fan of a team and you played for that team, you just want your school, your team to show up and to not, crap the bed. I thought Billikens, for the majority of that game, played fairly well against a tough opponent.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, they were within 4 points 5 minutes into that second half, and then the buzzsaw hit after that. But they needed to. I think I read in one article. I think Coach Schertz even said it. Like, they needed to shoot really well from the 3-point line, and they needed Michigan to not shoot really well from the 3-point line, and just the opposite of those two things happened. So it wasn't meant to be, but it was a fun couple of days.
They couldn't have played much better than they did that first game, though. The rout of Georgia, I guess that was a night we saw their potential, how good they could be.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, that, and I think we talked about that on Friday. Like, it was just a different look for them as well, because that game they didn't drain threes, which is what they're known for, right? They got cuts to the basket and layups, and it was a wonderful brand of basketball to watch, especially when your team wins.
And it seemed like Barkley Chum, and it felt like they got a lot of play out of. There's 68 teams that make it in, but I felt like SLU and the whole Robbie Avila, the glasses. I feel like SLU got a lot branding wise out of this trip.
Oh, no doubt about it. I mean, it was cool seeing Barkley talk about him or about the team. It is funny though, like when you hear Barkley talk, and you know a little bit about the team that he's talking about, you realize that he doesn't really know a whole lot about the team.
I think that's true with like every team that he talks about. He'll find something to hang on to. And it would be hard. You're sitting in that seat, but I don't think he really follows college basketball. It's his, NBA's his thing. But when he gets on that, he's just being Charles Barkley. All right. So what about retention now? Hopefully, and I guess some of the early indication is McCautry said he wants to come back. I'm trying to think now who else commented on it.
Trey Green commented.
I think maybe the biggest one hanging out there might be like a Kellen Thames, who I think it hasn't said for sure one way or the other. But then you got money to spend, and it seems like with the commitment of Schertz staying that they're going to spend more. And I guess the thing is you have no idea who they're pursuing. I guess right now I trust Schertz's assessment based on what they brought in last year, like the pieces he found.
Yeah, for sure, and I'm sure they've already started to do their due diligence on this. I'd love to have Kellen back. I hope he does, because he's just so exciting with his only 2 points in that game being the highlight of the game, at least for Billiken fans. They've already started evaluating it. They need size, obviously. What I want is a rim runner. Like, how many times have you watched the Billikens this year? Did you see them try to lob it to Paul, and he just isn't athletic enough to go up and grab it and dunk it? But with that offense, if you can get somebody who's 6'9", 6'10" athlete just curling to the basket on a pick and roll when they can't help because there's shooters everywhere, they can get 2-3 alley-oops a game. And so that, I'm sure they're pursuing something similar to that. They need size. They'd like a point guard. The track record so far has been good on who they choose.
How do you replace Avila and the way the offense kind of went around him?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you can find somebody like him. I mean, he was a special player, just being 6'10" and being able to pass like he can. If somebody is there, I don't think you need to necessarily find another Robbie, because that's going to be really hard to do. But so your offense might look a little bit different. But even without him in the game, the offense still flows. So you'd love to have somebody just like him, just a little bit more athletic. But I'm sure they're not going out there saying we have to find another Robbie Avila.
I don't know if you saw the report, but there was one that said Syracuse was trying to talk with Josh Schertz as late as Saturday night about becoming their new head coach. I suppose that's going to be a thing all the time now. Every time a nice job opens up, Schertz is going to get a call. Can that be a problem for a team like SLU?
It could be a problem. I don't know if it's a problem in recruiting, really, because kids can just transfer anytime, so it's not as big of a deal if you think your coach might leave after the year's over, because you can certainly leave pretty easily. It's always going to be out there. I wonder,
how long into Mark Few's career did those rumors stop for him? You know, I mean, there was a point where obviously he's not named in any other jobs anymore. But, you know, when you're at SLU and you got a coach like Coach Schertz, it's always going to be there.
Maybe it'll take 20 years. Hopefully not.
Yeah, I'd be fine with that.
That's about what it took Few, wasn't it?
Probably before his name started stop being mentioned. You might be right.
He's not going anywhere.
What was your biggest takeaway from this season? I mean, we all said it was a thrilling run, and here you are, an alum of the program, or as you referred to as one of the other guys. My tweet on Saturday was, wouldn't it be great for the Spoons, the Larry Hughes, and Jordair Jett, and Highmark, and Claggett, and all the other ones? You said, well, as one of the other ones, which I enjoyed, Doug McAlaga chimed in as one of the other ones. But what was the most fun about this for you as a former player?
Well, Thursday was probably the most fun game, I would say. But yeah, I mean, seeing people care, like seeing people ask me about it, and you know, you go to the gym and somebody mentions it. That's a lot of fun. The exciting part for me for the future is coach signing again, because what you said earlier, Martin, like. He didn't just sign because he got more money. He signed because, and I don't know this isn't any inside scoop, but common sense that he signed because the NIL is going to be bigger. So, I mean, I hopefully this is just a stepping stone. Hopefully, like, they're not, and I don't think they are. Like, we're not satisfied with losing in the round of 32. Like, we want to get to the next level, and we got to upgrade the roster to do that.
It is discouraging, though, like to see like the amount of money that the Kentucky spent. And granted, it didn't get them to the 16, but what Michigan has, and it's going to be hard in this, you know, battle now. Who's got the most in this arms race of sorts? That, you know, it's crazy, and maybe that's where Congress gets involved, but. It's going to be hard for. I mean, I'm glad they're stepping it up, but isn't it amazing? You look at the talent Michigan had in that game. It's just, I'm not saying it's night and day, but boy, they were loaded.
They were loaded. It's funny. Like, I remember saying in a press conference when, you know, that's the game we lost. We lost the round of 32 in 1998, and we had Larry Hughes, and we got blown out by Kentucky. And I remember saying after that game, I was like, well, if they play like that, we know who's going to win the national championship. And they did win the national championship that year. I think you could say the same thing about Michigan after Saturday's game. Like, if they play like that, who can beat them? They were. It's not just that they're big, but shoot it. They're strong. They're athletic. And they run a great offense. Like, it's just, they're going to be tough to beat.
And they're missing a player in Kaysen, who's hurt.
Correct.
So
yeah,
they've been better.
See what else they could be. Yeah, and they've shown it all year. I mean, I watched when they just dismantled Illinois, who's big themselves, right? You know, so Michigan's pretty darn good.
You know, I was bemoaning the fact that the Cinderellas are all gone, but Jackson said the upside is it's really quality basketball. We've had some great games. I don't know why Kansas wasn't defending that guy late, but St. John's at a buzzer. And then you got Iowa takes out Florida. There was, I mean, the Kentucky-Santa Clara game on the quality of basketball for sure throughout the tournament. And I guess that's why just the idea of expanding, it's so perfect right now. I just hate the idea. It seems inevitable, but it's such a perfect system right now, every year in, year out.
Yeah, I was talking to my son about this. We were watching. I was like, this format, other than going from 64 to 68, which hasn't changed much, you know, but this format has been the same for 40 years. And it works. And I think it's more exciting today, and more, you know, people get more jacked up about it today than they did. So I don't know why they would change it. It does work. The level of basketball has been fantastic. Like, when you watch games, and it doesn't take a buzzer beater to make a game great. That's when I really like the game. And like the Iowa State games, just watching their offense is just so much fun to watch. And even Michigan, watching how they run plays. The level of basketball has been fantastic.
And the really good teams like Iowa State, they started slow, and you're like, oh, wow, I wonder without their star player, they're going to be kind of disjointed. But the really good teams, especially veteran like Purdue, Iowa State, you can tell, like, there's no panic. Like, they're just going to settle in and eventually take over a game.
Yeah, for sure. And it is crazy. You watch these kids, and like, we're watching, and you're like, how are they not nervous, right? Like, there's millions of people watching them. They're down by 10, but they're not. They just stay calm. And you know, the kid, that play at the end of that Iowa, the Florida game. Who did Florida lose to?
To Iowa.
Yeah. Iowa.
To Iowa. I love that play at the end of that game where that kid, did you see the kid tell the guy to shoot when he was in the corner? Like he hand gestured to shoot after he just made a slick pass at the corner, and the guy who's a 30% three-point shooter knocks it down like he's been doing it all year. Just the calmness of these guys in these games is just phenomenal.
Has the game changed a lot since you played?
Yes, and it's gotten significantly better in my opinion. Like I watch these games and I'm like, man, where would I have played? Like I would have been at nothing wrong with going to a Division III school, but I could not have hung with these guys. They're so much stronger, so much quicker, and so much better. People who say that the skill level isn't what it used to be, they ain't watching the same game I am, because I think the skill level is phenomenal.
Ryan
you got
Luechtefeld.
the guys shooting 50% from the three-point line, and that never happened.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Yeah, Brady Dunlap almost 50% on the season. Ryan Luechtefeld, former Billiken, now with Del Mar Mortgage. For all things luck, do you want them to just reach out directly to you?
Just call me directly. The number you're giving off is my cell phone. So reach out if they want to talk Billikens or if they need a mortgage.
That's Ryan Luechtefeld with us on the Monday edition of TMA Luck. Have a great week.
You as well.
All right, Ryan Luechtefeld, and you can reach him at 618-593-3608. Again, Doug, that number, what did I say it was? It's 618. I know that. He's a big Illinois guy. 618-593-3608. Time to break. We've got our email today winner still on tap. Now, I looked down at my phone. I had a text from Cousin Nick, and it just says,
what does he want?
It just says Mr. Rogers. And I'm like, what are we?
Stop it, Nick.
Mr. Rogers. And then I go, oh. From a half hour ago, when we were it came in on cue when we were talking about memorable voices, Doug.
Oh, okay.
James Carlton, Douglas, and Mr. Rogers. All right, it's TMA brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. that week, Doug. It's opening week, opening day, home opener, Thursday. You can kind of feel the buzz around town.
Yeah. This girl thought Colby Rasmus was hot. If you think your home is too hot, you need to call Design Air, and they will come and they'll service your air conditioners. What they do, air conditioner, furnace, doesn't matter. They handle both, all kinds of HVAC system problems that you might have. Design Air has got the solution. They've been serving St. Louis since 1904, more than a century of keeping homes comfortable and customers happy. Not just another HVAC company, longest running sponsor on TMA, and we certainly appreciate that. With Seth Goldcamp, who's a fourth-generation member of the family that runs Design Air. Design Air, they believe in honest work. You're never going to be sold something you don't need, so whether you're dealing with the St. Louis cold or the summer heat, they have got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. Visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904. Design Air brings the heat.
Oh, wow.
Good stuff right there.
It's dramatic.
Tim's back on Tuesday, the Tuesday program, but it's like he's here right now still, isn't it?
Schaefer Door Company is the sponsor of the podcast on 101 ESPN and on the TMA mobile app. And they are the ones making a garage door or garage doors available as the prize for the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Month winner this month. That's Jason Gosrow's idea, brilliant idea, and we are grateful for his support. Longtime TMA sponsor, online at schaeferdoor.com, SCHAEFER door.com. Call or text the number they set up for TMA listeners at 636-782-3608. It's going to get the quickest response time. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers, strong, quiet, and versatile. They have Monday morning standby service for those doors that break over the weekend, and they service commercial doors as well. So if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in these types of jobs. Go to schaeferdoor.com or call or text 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door, a LiftMaster partner.
Sweet 16 featuring all the big brands, really. Other than Texas, Jackson, any team most surprised? Would it be between like Iowa and Nebraska that they're still standing?
I mean, I would say no.
Tennessee a little bit, not really.
Iowa, McCollum. I thought Florida was the weakest of the one seeds, but I thought they'd at least make the Sweet 16, so I guess the answer is Iowa. But Texas going through Gonzaga, I've been down on Gonzaga all year, so I thought that was I thought they might struggle against BYU, but they proved to be a worthy opponent. And I thought either Texas or BYU was going to beat Gonzaga, so I guess Iowa's the one I'm most surprised by.
And I think going into the tournament, didn't we say you can have Duke, Michigan, Arizona, and then
or
you can have
someone can take the field. Yeah, I was happy.
And at this point, Duke, Michigan, Arizona, you would still take those three.
That's how I was 3 weeks ago. It's how I am now.
So I got 13 other chances to win it all.
You can take all of those. I will take Duke, Arizona, Michigan.
If it's not one of those three, who would it be?
Houston probably, but I think Illinois has a very good chance of winning. I think Illinois. If
the
Illinois
winner
can get
of that game is your fourth. Candidate.
Yep. The winner of that game is going to the Final Four, I think.
Alabama not winning a national championship. Tennessee.
No, but they've impressive
Iowa
game
State,
last night.
If that kid can come back, maybe.
Yeah, even if not, I think I like they play really, really good brand of basketball there.
TJ Otzelberger?
Otzelberger.
From Milwaukee with a name. It's shocking, right? We'll come back. Email today. The winner is on deck. TMA brought to you by Brown and Crouppen.
Caw. You hear that, Battlehawks fans? That's the sound of Battlehawks football returning to the Dome for the 2026 season, and Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken wants you to be a part of it. That's why their new Battlehawks box will get you 4 of their famous hand-breaded chicken strips and an order of potato wedges, plus a code valid for buy one, get one free Battlehawks tickets. With this deal, get game day ready with a Battlehawks box for just $9.99 at any St. Louis area Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken location. Again, that Battlehawks box comes with 4 of their famous hand-breaded breaded chicken strips, and an order of potato wedges, plus a code valid for buy one, get one free Battlehawks tickets. You can get the Battlehawks box in-store or by ordering online on Lee's new mobile app, where you can also earn points for free food and discount. That's the Battlehawks partnering up with Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Blues off today, back in action tomorrow as they take on the Capitals. Pregame at 6, puck drop at 7 right here on 101 ESPN. That was their SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct.
Talk some Billikens, talk some Blues, talk some baseball with Brad Thompson. We talked to a lot of folks. Talked to a guy who played college baseball at Westminster in the middle of all that, Doug.
240-something.
Talked about fans spitting on other fans. I just feel like we've checked a lot of boxes today.
We never talked about getting your house spruced up real nice.
Okay.
Who would you go to? I'd
that?
go to Collier and Thompson.
Yeah, hell yeah.
That's who you should go to. That's who people have been going to in St. Louis since the 1950s. Their people, their technicians have more than 165 years of experience making homes look beautiful in St. Louis. They do kitchens, bathrooms, basements, wine rooms, man caves, bars, accent rooms, fireplace walls, offices. They got their own painting department. They do staircases, LED lighting. They got a whole appliance section. You name it, Collier and Thompson has it, and they do it better than anyone in town. Most everything Collier and Thompson does is right there in-house, too. It's just a one-stop shop. You don't have to shop around to 5 or 6 different places. Collier and Thompson has got you covered with anything to make your home look like a show place. Check out their showroom on Manchester and Baldwin. They have more than 10,000 square feet with more than 20 kitchen displays. Get some great ideas of how you can make your house look the way you've always wanted it to look. Collier and Thompson, Manchester and Baldwin, right there next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
Tim returns tomorrow, but he's here in spirit yet again.
Talking about the sponsor of the YouTube chat, that's Michelob Ultra.
Michelob Ultra is a long-time morning after sponsor. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. Only worth it if you enjoy it. It's Michelob Ultra, sponsor of our YouTube chat. And with the weather starting to warm up as we approach late March and early April, that's the time when you start getting outside again with friends and family. Get outside and enjoy it with a Michelob Ultra. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates, a long-time TMA sponsor, and now the sponsor of the TMA STL YouTube chat on the TMA STL YouTube channel. It's Michelob Ultra. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. Michelob Ultra. It's only worth it if you enjoy it.
And we have an email of the day. We do have a winning candidate, Jackson Burkett.
Still got a tie at the top of the leaderboard because Bro Fallon picks up the win today.
Did he?
Bro Fallon on the board for the month of March. We're getting ever closer to finding out who will take home the Schaefer Door Company Garage Door Prize for this email of the month presented by Design Air.
What a great prize that is. All right, we're out of here. The fellas are in next. BK and Ferrari are coming away at the top of the hour on 101 ESPN.